Someone make it make sense.
I'll read a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm really excited. We've got a really good live stream for you guys here. I did just double check the Idaho judicial cases of interest. We don't have anything else new there on the docket, but I would expect to see some things by tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow we will also have, we should have a decision coming out as to what's going to happen with the hearings on the 23rd and the 24th, because tomorrow they're having that closed hearing. Shout out also to Deb. Glad to see you again, my friend. Awesome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yay. Okay. So here's what we're going to do first. So this just aired on CourtTV just a few, I don't know, like an hour ago or whatever. And there's a little clip here that is really interesting. And so we're going to take a look here. It's just like a minute or two, but we're going to watch this. And it's everything we've been talking about as it pertains to the IDG and the, the law enforcement use of the, those loopholes and what have you, right? So Flash, I'm sorry you've been sick. I hope you're starting to feel better though, but hugs to you though for that. And anyone else who's under the weather. Are y'all having, also speaking of weather, cold weather? Temperatures are dropping here, plummeting. But okay, so let's watch this real quick. And there's a really, it starts out with Miss Masoth saying something interesting here from the IDG hearing from August of 2023. Yes. Okay.
For certain.
Another critical piece of information that you learned today, Judge, is that law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they had the right to access.
Law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they didn't have the right to access.
We don't know.
So this is where the defense appears to be going when it comes to the DNA, is that they're saying they may have used data that they're not permitted to use to tie this defendant and to arrest this defendant and to tie him to the knife sheath. The DNA that was found on the snap on the knife sheath.
Look at Vinny go.
They may have used data that they weren't supposed to use. They want it all revealed. And ultimately what they want is they want the DNA suppressed, not admissible, which brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, what happens if the DNA is suppressed? What if the defense is successful in one of their motions to keep the DNA from being a part of the trial, to keep the DNA away from the jury? Join me, two guys who know Idaho law very, very, very well. The attorney represented Chad Daybell, John Pryor, and trial lawyer and former Idaho Attorney General Dave Leroy. All right, John, what's your analysis of this case if, in fact, the DNA is gone and they can't connect the suspected killer to this knife sheath that was found at the crime scene?
Well, I think, Vinny, what they're talking about is the IGG evidence, and
he's correct,
excluding that in terms of the databases that they used. And in that case, that's just that evidence is really evidence of exclusion. What they're trying to do is pull away as many people as they can from that to do that. If it's excluded, it's a part. I mean, the defense is doing it because it's just one more piece that they can not have to worry about or address that might implicate their client. If we're talking about the blood evidence, I think that's huge. I think it's a huge issue if the...
Yeah, it's not talking about the blood evidence, although fruit of the poisonous tree, so which they're going to get to.
If the blood evidence is excluded.
So, Dave Leroy, if you can't connect the defendant to something that was found at the crime scene in this case, which was the knife sheath, if you can't make that direct connection, if you are somehow denied the ability to do that by some of this pretrial litigation, a lot of which is under seal, How strong is this prosecution case? How difficult will it be to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, this case is still provable beyond a reasonable doubt, but the most significant evidence in the case is the knife sheath, which was not only evident with the DNA, but it was found under the body of one of the victims and under a cover that was adjacent to her body. Therefore, it was probably left when it was covered up at the scene to tie any individual to that scene. And that particular knife sheath is the most singular significant piece of evidence in the case. If that should be lost, and I don't think it will be at the trial level, if that should be lost, then it still is a circumstantial case that I think the prosecutor can prove. But the whole effort here, I believe, is not to win a trial, but it's to create a brand new constitutional right to a privacy protection under the U.S. Constitution for the GNA of third parties, including relatives. If you can argue that you somehow have a privacy interest in that, and you can therefore independently suppress that kind of evidence at a trial, then they've created a whole new area of constitutional law. That's where we're headed with these arguments. I don't expect an Idaho judge at the trial level to buy into that. I wouldn't expect the Idaho Supreme Court to find that to be valid, but it will be presented one day, I presume, should a conviction be had in this case, to the United States Supreme Court. That's where they want to head. This case is capable of conviction without the evidence, but that's the reason we're having such a fight about the knife sheath. It weakens the prosecution case if it's lost, and if it stays in, it creates an argument against the United States Constitution.
So here's my thoughts on what he just said there. So what he's talking about is that, there's a lot of people who, think that the issue that is being raised by the defense has to do with the fact. Remember how we've talked about on the other live streams, like because the state kept saying, oh, it's to protect all the family names, right? All the hundreds of innocent family names, right? And I do agree that that could be an issue that is raised and will end up needing to be addressed. However, as we've gone through, that's not really the case here, because it looks like there was only one name that they got, right? And then that was potentially Bryan Kohberger, a direct match. So again, I do agree that that issue will end up needing to be brought before the Supreme Court, but I don't think that's where they're going here. But they're going to address what I just said here about the law enforcement here using those databases in a sec here.
So what would be the impact here, John, potentially, if the defense is right in their assertion that the data that they accessed, they're not entitled to access? They somehow.
Well, I agree with David. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if they were able to access something that they weren't supposed to access, so what's the impact of that? Is there an impact on this case?
All right, wait for John Pryor's answer, guys.
Well, the impact is that evidence, if they used an inappropriate or were inappropriate in accessing a website, the evidence is excluded. I agree with David.
There it is. So, that's a terrible pause.
David, this is.
So he's saying it will be excluded. So what's interesting about that is that, again, this is a new frontier, right? So, but we're dealing with two potential issues here. One, that law enforcement used one of those backdoor techniques, right, to view people who had opted out, right, of law enforcement using their DNA from the databases, right? But then there's a second issue potentially that they had a direct match. But what it sounds, according to John Pryor, right? It's you don't even need to get to the direct match thing, right? That he just said, because they're not even no one's talking about that. I'm talking about that, but no one else is talking about that, right? It seems that hasn't dawned on everyone else yet. So they're just saying right off the bat, right? If law enforcement, used one of those loopholes and saw stuff they weren't supposed to, he's saying it'll be thrown out. Now, that's what I have always thought, right? And it's just the implications of that are huge, right? Because of the fruit of the poisonous tree. And we know that the state has fought like hell to do everything they can by saying we didn't use the IgG, right? They talk about the IgG, but without saying IgG. And of course, there's more than one reason for that. One being they are trying to not have it come up, right? But also, as we've gone through in previous live streams, it wasn't really IgG if they didn't build a family tree, right? There's like a whole lot of layers to this. And it's all coming to a head right now, in my opinion, with the defense having filed that motion just the other day to unseal the IgG shit, right? And they want to be able to bring it up at these hearings on the 23rd and the 24th, and they want the public to see it. And I mean, this could be huge. This could be huge. Okay, so let's see what else they say.
Still a circumstantial case, but obviously if DNA or IgG evidence is excluded because inappropriate actions by law enforcement.
Let me just pause it to say, yes, correct. And we covered that in, I think it was the last Bryan Kohberger live stream. We did cover that. We read a really interesting journal article from the law, the Law Journal of Biosciences or something, and Journal of Law and the Biosciences. And they did mention that they are allowed to, with a warrant, they can. That's correct. They can access. However, according to the article, it's exceedingly rare that it's like only been done a handful of times. And I think it was like in situations where it was like a really long, cold case, right, after a long time. But that they don't usually, but they can, but they don't usually do it. Also, welcome, Victorine, if I'm saying that correctly. Welcome. Happy to see you here. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew. Shout out to Black Witter. Good question here. Could the FBI have gotten the warrant so that and not Moscow? So I would say that if anybody did anything, it was probably the FBI, because Moscow Police Department wasn't really doing anything with this case early on. Yeah. So as we've gone through, and the FBI was really working the case, right? So that is a good question. And, that could be. And having said that, if that happened, right, that would be one of the many things, right, that the defense has, like the subpoena duces tecum, right? We know that part of this upcoming hearing, they did send those out, right? And that means appear and bring with you, right, a piece of information, a document. So, for example, it could be maybe they're subpoenaing one of these FBI agents and bring with you, right? And we know some of these are going to be done virtually, but so bring with you, not literally or physically, but bring with you, produce this warrant, right? And if that's the case, then that would take us to the second step, right? That maybe that wouldn't be automatically, it's thrown out, but then that could bring us again to step two, being, was it a direct match to the defendant? I think either way, we are well within Supreme Court territory as well, if this does end up going through and they don't, because the fruit of the poisonous tree is a huge thing, right? Again, this could be a big problem. So check the good news. Well, I'll just tell you the good news. I stumbled upon today the 250-page ATF report for Shannon Gardner. I have it. So we're going to cover that, I think, in a few days. We had talked about that, right? The 250-page report. I've got it. I found it. Oh, good. I'm glad I got your name correct. Excellent. Wonderful. So let me go ahead and also put a link in the chat for Discord if I haven't already. So let's keep listening here.
Or others, it makes their case a little harder. And I agree with David as well that it also sets it up not only for an appealable issue that could go on for years, but also setting up the possibility that a higher court would at some point adopt a situation where you're invading people's privacy. And I wholeheartedly agree with what David's assertion there.
So, looking at how this case was investigated, and I think I understand it.
I know why he's saying that, right? Because it is there's a lot of curiosities, let's just say.
Despite all the things that are sealed. And what the assertion is that they used all these different pieces, but one of the pieces they used to get to the next step, to get the next piece, was this IgG. So if the IGG gets thrown out, do we get into the world, and I'm going to say it, I know it's from law school, but it's for real. We only have a couple seconds here. Is this, and just a yes or no, is it potentially fruit of the poisonous tree that everything that followed must
it's fruit, all right.
get thrown out, which could throw out the arrest, the probable cause here? Is it, just give me a yes or no, because we're really short on time. David, you first.
You get an A on the bar exam. The fruit of the poisonous tree will be exactly what the defense argues here, to throw out the DNA if there is a constitutional right of privacy in someone else's DNA.
All right, we're out of time for tonight, but you know I'm going to be calling on both of you throughout this case. So don't make any plans for late summer, early fall.
So Vinny's this is almost over. Vinny's gonna make a couple comments here though, as it pertains to these upcoming hearings and whether or not there will be cameras. And I love what he says here. So
Don Pryor, Dave Leroy, thanks so much. Pre-trial litigation is important. This is the time when the judge makes crucial calls and decisions on what the trial will look like and what evidence the jury will see. But pre-trial hearings are no different than a trial. It's all public. It's a public trial in a public courtroom.
Fuck yeah, let's hear that again. Fuck yeah, Vinny, you tell him.
Evidence the jury will see. But pre-trial hearings are no different than a trial. It's all public. It's a public trial in a public courtroom. There should be no secrets unless it would endanger someone's life. The evidence in the arguments should be unsealed and revealed to the public, just like our founding fathers envisioned.
Oh man, that just gave me goosebumps. You said it, Vinny. Yes. Well, bravo to Vinny for that. Okay. So Flash Fan is considering eating celery sticks, which he hates, so he might dip them in chocolate. That is freaking hilarious. Also, guys, by the way, this stream will redirect you guys automatically. Every time I've done this, it's worked, so it should, right? Into the next stream. We're doing a back-to-backer, and the next stream will be, we're going to watch the proffers for Katie McBanois. So that's in the Adelson case. And I want to also say, because we've got a lot of new squirrel friends, and I love it. I'm covering a lot of cases right now. And so what I wanted to say is this, that for anyone who's like, maybe feels like they're not as familiar with one of these cases, or they're not fully up on it or whatever, and that they would feel lost. I have a little motto. I always say, no squirrel left behind. So for anyone who wants to watch any of the, if it's a case you're not as familiar with, ask questions. I will answer them. We will give a road so far, whatever it is. So please don't feel like, if you're thinking you might not, join in on a live stream because you're like, oh, I'm not really up on that case. If you're not interested, that's different, right? But if you want to be interested, we're here for you. So hello, Capri, welcome. Another new squirrel friend. Awesome. Love it. Yay. Okay. So here's what we're going to do first, guys. I'm really excited. We're going to talk. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I realized something crazy that dawned on me today that spurred this whole thing on, where I was like, we're going to talk about cell phones. So first we're going to start with this. So this is an article from the Idaho Statesman, and a lot of this is going to be kind of review, but there's some points here that are going to be relevant to what we're going to look at next. So, okay. So they've got an expert here that they talked to. The Statesman spoke with Levitin. That's the expert dude, right? Okay. So in the affidavit, here we go. The Moscow Police Department alleged that Kohberger used his cell phone in the coverage area of the King Road home at least 12 times for the November stabbings. But Levitin said a typical cell tower covers an area of 12 square miles. Someone could be miles away from the nearest cell tower, and Moscow is roughly a 3 by 5 mile town. That's tiny. You cannot pinpoint a person, Levitin said about cell phone records. There's no chance any expert in the world can tell you where that person is located. Levitin added that the nearest cell tower to the King Road home covers an area of 27.3 square miles, the same size as nearly 14,000 football fields. Okay, so and don't worry, y'all just wait. I've got some great stuff in store. So here's this. Okay, we're going to do one better though in just a second. So Levitin said authorities could definitely use cell phone records to tell whether a person is traveling if the individual is using their phone, because if someone moves throughout an area, the cell phone transfers from one cell tower to the next as it goes into the cell range. Okay. All right, here we go. Kohberger's cell records never show him traveling to Moscow on the night of the homicides, and the affidavit alleged that he attempted to, quote, conceal his location during the quadruple homicide, end quote, because his cell phone wasn't showing up on the network from 2:47 a.m. to 4:48 a.m. Police in the affidavit said that a phone not reporting to the network could mean it was in airplane mode, turned off, or in an area without service. Levitin said that it's impossible to know for sure that Kohberger turned off his phone unless someone called Kohberger during the 2-hour period, and the call records showed that his phone went straight to voicemail. More on that later. He added that if someone's phone isn't showing up on the network, all it means is that they didn't receive any calls or texts or use any apps during that time period. Okay. There's a picture of a cell tower. Love it. How many cell towers are in Moscow? Okay. He said there's 4 towers in Moscow. And don't worry, we're going to take a look. Then there's the 3 other towers. There we go. AT&T declined to comment. How reliable are cell phone records in court? And remember, these are cell phone records as it pertains just to cell towers, okay? Levitin said cell phone records are completely reliable, but that authorities tend to overplay them. He added that cell phone records could help exclude suspects by showing they weren't within a tower. That's a great point, right? They can say, yeah, they were not in the tower coverage area. But if somebody's in that area, right? If you're in a rural area and you've got a tower that covers a large area, then it just means you're in that broad area, right? Right. So Levitin said when someone does show up in the coverage area of a cell phone tower, it doesn't mean they were at the scene of a crime. Cell phone records as evidence are very reliable and useful, but it's not DNA. It doesn't have the precision that would allow you to pinpoint a person's phone. The best the state can say is that the phone was in a 27 square mile area that includes the crime scene 12 times. Okay, next bit. Here we go. Okay. So look what I have. Wait a second. Oh, why did it? Hold on. Oh, I didn't want it to. Why did it change? Hold on. This is not what it's supposed to be. Hold on. How do I get back? I shouldn't have clicked on that pop-up hold on. Let's see if I refresh it, if that fixes it. Okay, give me just a second, guys. Hold on. Because we're going to see that we're going to take a look at all the cell towers. So, okay, here we go. Okay. Here we go. So now we're back. Now we're where we are. No matter where you go, there you'll be. Isn't that a saying? Heather's here. Hi, Heather. Hello. Have I been talking with Twiz a lot? Twiz showed up at the end of the live stream last night. I don't know how else to, I don't think Twiz is in the Discord or anything. But yeah, we didn't talk about BK though, because we were watching Kenny testify in the Murdaugh trial because he looks like he's going to be called as an expert witness for Karen Reed. So I hope you feel better, Flash. Good night. Good luck with the celery. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Right. Well, hopefully Twiz will be here. Should we do the scroll call? Hold on. I've got something for that. So we're going to do the scroll call for Twiz and everyone else as well. So give me just a sec here. We haven't done this one in a while. We're going to do the scroll call. Where is it? Here it is. Calling all squirrels. So that's the squirrel call. That's the squirrel call. So, okay. All right. So So here is though. So over, can you guys see my mouse? Can't see my mouse. So on the right, you've got all the cell towers. That's near Moscow, right? And then on the left, you've got Washington. Okay. So, and also Deb is in Washington, but she said she's on the, you said the western side, right? Like not this side, correct? If I remember correctly. But Twiz though is he actually in, I know he's in that area, right? I know he's on that eastern side of Washington. I don't remember if you said where exactly which city. Okay, so all right, so let's zoom in. This is kind of like a squirrely field trip, right? But like in the cell tower version, right? So whoa, technology. Okay, so right here, this tower is the tower that was referenced that we just read in that article. That is the closest one to the house and is services like 27.3, I think, square miles. I almost said feet. Okay, miles, which is huge, right? And then where King Road is in relation, let me zoom out a smidgen. I found it. There it is. So King Road, oh, you guys, oh, now you can see my mouse. So King Road is right here, right? There's Walenta. Okay. So there's King Road. There's Linda Lane. There's the Sigma Chi house, right? And then there's that tower, right? And then remember, he said there was another tower that was a little bit further away. And by he, I mean the expert dude. And that would be this one. So there's your two towers, right? The two towers, like Lord of the Rings. That's funny. Didn't even, yeah. So there you go. All right. All right. And then look at that situation. That looks like I don't even know what, some crazy modern art or something. Okay. So now, and I wish it had a key, because I don't know what these dots are supposed to mean. And it doesn't say. I'm afraid to click on anything and then we lose where we are. So anyway, but they sure look interesting, right? So there's the, whoa, okay, so there's the border. So if you're over here, you're in Idaho. And then if you take a step over, now you're in Washington. There's Paradise Creek. Paradise. There's the airport, regional airport. So as you guys can see, right, here's this road or highway 270. And there's that third tower over here. But as you guys can see, like this whole bit, right, going back, there's no towers, right? So they're going to be serviced by any of the towers either over here, right? Or then as we're going to get to, or something over here. And we're going to talk more about that here, how that works in just a second. So don't worry. So now there's, I would say if you look at the density here, right? So, so like four towers, so two in the immediate area, four towers, so this is, right here, right? In terms of close to the house. And then if you look over here in the Pullman area, you've got like, I guess 5 towers, like in the vicinity, right? So, okay, you're 90 miles north of Pullman, Deb says. Okay. 90. Okay, cool. Are you going to attend the trial? And Victorine says, I had someone tell me tonight his phone could be chilling somewhere while he was in the act. An idle phone isn't an alibi. Right. Well, I've said this before, but it's been a while. If you wanted to criminal and do it this in a way where you can try to use the phone to your advantage, what one would do is one would not turn the phone off, not put it on airplane mode, keep the phone working, right? And then take it and put it somewhere away from where the crime is, right? Put the phone wherever, right? And then go do your criming. Not that one should do it, right? But do the crime and then come, right? So that if you really want to use the phone as an alibi, you know, you could plan ahead and that, you know, that could be a thing. Okay, good night, Candace. I hope you feel better as well. Anyone who's sick, feel better, guys. Love y'all. Oh, you can swim in Paradise Creek. Interesting. Good to know. Boise's too far. Okay. Okay. Do we know is Twiz? Because Twiz could also weigh in on this, some of this stuff. Okay. So there you go, Candace, right? Put it under the seat of someone else's car. That way your phone is traveling. Brilliant, Candace. Even better. See, look at this. Hopefully no criminals will watch this live stream because we're going to be given some tips here. I don't know. Was it dangerous? Deb, were you risking life and limb by swimming in Paradise Creek? I don't know what Paradise Creek looks like. And again, if any other locals could weigh in, like what are we dealing with? Like maybe we should do a little field trip to Paradise Creek. We'll do that in a second. That'll be fun. Okay. So there's the tower. So, and what we're going to see here in a second is how this compares to one of the things we're going to take a look at, which reminds me, I need to make sure I have that pulled up. Let me see. I need to have these other things pulled up. Let me get that real quick. I need the Pennsylvania search warrant. And then I need, let's see here. Where did it go? There it is. Cool. Okay. So now I've got those ready to go. And then I need to pull up also, I'm just making a mental note. I've got so many tabs open. I need to pull up the other little things here real quick. Where is it? About the cell phones. Here it is. Cool. Okay. Getting all this ready. Okay, great. Excelente. All right. So, you know, we've talked about it before too, right? When the towers are more helpful, right, is if you're in a location that is a more densely populated area and there's more cell towers, because then you can actually pinpoint it a little bit better. Oh, wow. I didn't know there was a student found it. That's terrible. Okay. So now, let me see here. I can take a little field trip. Oh, look, there's the ocean. Wow. Wow, it's a long creek. Holy mackerel. Oh, there it is. Okay. And there's Pullman. So can I? There's Coeur d'Alene. Where did it go? Kuski. Look at this. Crazy. Yes, there's the creek. Okay. So so I guess because there was on the way, right? Let's see here. Yeah, because I mean, it looks like there should be the creek here because it was on that map. So Street View. Whoa. Y'all, this is how I am every time I do a field trip anywhere with these. I'm always like, I just love it. Oh, Floyd's cannabis something. Okay. Wow. Flat. So I don't know. Can we see the creek from the road? That's the real question. Y'all let me know. Can we see the creek from the road? Oh, there's the, no, probably not, because look there, we can see it. It's over there. Okay. Okay. So if I turn the little dude, so now, y'all, now we're facing the creek, but the creek would be over yonder. So I don't think we can actually like see it, at least not in this area. So, okay, but let's go on to the next thing. So next thing. Doo-doo. All right. So okay, so what is all this about with the cell phone? Okay, so here's what all got this started. So it dawned on me this morning, I was like, I can't remember what type of cell phone Bryan Kohberger has, right? And I was like, wait, have they not said? And then I was like, there's no way that that's possible. I must have just forgotten. I'm just being silly. I just forgot, right? Yeah. Has anyone else noticed that? Because I don't think I've not heard anyone say this. And it almost seems like it would be harder to not say what type of phone, because the cell phone is just mentioned so many times and it's called the cell phone. So I did Google searching. Of course, that got me nowhere. I went through countless documents, you guys. And we're going to take a look too at like some of the things, but, and literally I wanted to show you guys how the phone is referenced. And literally there is, no, they don't say, okay. We don't know if it's an iPhone or Android, and that matters for what we're going to talk about here. Okay. So, okay, from his phone. So, vehicle. All right. Historical cell site location information was obtained and given to a cellular analysis survey, the CAS team, right? Utilizing cellular resources. Okay. There's the dad trash. We're going to actually talk about the dad trash as well tonight too. Now, one of the reasons I had this pulled up is because we had talked about the whole thing on the last Bryan Kohberger stream about the FBI being involved in Pennsylvania. And some of you guys were here and will remember that I said, well, yeah, because that was in Pennsylvania, right? And so, because Moscow at that point would have, as we say, you know, taken back over the case, right? Likely on the 19th, when they got the tip from the FBI with the name, okay? And so, but this outlines it. So I just wanted, this is again, closing the loop, right? I always come back and close the loops if we have any other things where we don't have as clear information as we can. So here we go. So here's how it lays it out, right? So Pennsylvania SWAT began preparations to arrest Mr. Kohberger. Despite weeks of FBI surveillance, Pennsylvania law enforcement did their own surveillance. And despite the weeks of blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then Pennsylvania SWAT raided Kohberger's home, and maybe it's in a different one, but anyway, what it ends up saying somewhere in here. So yeah, Pennsylvania, it's the SWAT team. The Pennsylvania SWAT, they brought the FBI in, and the FBI had been there surveilling anyway. And then both law enforcement from both go in and make the arrest or whatever. So, okay. So then, but there's more about the cell phone here I wanted to look at. So it is, I think. For the poisonous tree. Okay, no, it was in the next ones. Okay, so now we're on to the next document. Okay, so because we know that they seized his phone, right, on his person, right? So, okay, so now this is from. All right, this is where it gets interesting. So, state's objection to defendant's motion to suppress cell phone, but then Moscow Police Forensic Lab Warrant dated January 9th, 2023. I wonder what that's about. Oh, hi, Twizzle Stick. Glad to see you, Twiz. And also shout out to Just Beth. Happy to see you again as well. So we're gonna see. Okay, let me show you guys this. So, so one might think, well, maybe the best place to look is probably on the Pennsylvania search warrant return, right? So let me pull that up and show you guys, and we're gonna look at that, and then we'll come right back to the where we were. So I have to just unshare, reshare in order to present this to you guys. So here we go. All right. Okay. Check it out. Check this out, guys. Check it out. You ready? You ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Right here. So do you see the bubble that says 13? Cell phone. That's it. Cell phone. Now we know there's laptops. We know there's also an iPad, right? So my thought is we know there's like the iCloud, right? But you can use that on any device, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean it's an iPhone. And we know there's also an iPad, right? But what we're going to see is the way that the cell phone is referenced. There's two ways, either cell phone or they just reference the USB drive, which contains the contents of the cell phone. It's insane. So now I have to unshare, reshare again so I can, because that's how it works when you do this. Okay. Okay, here we go. So like I was just saying, right? So the USB. Okay, so here it is. So defendant's motion to suppress cell phone / USB file. I mean, I have never ever seen a case where the cell phone is not specified. It blows my mind. And even here, right at the footnote, it talks about the Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive, right? And there's the serial number like that. This is why I'm like, the fact that they're able to not say what type of phone it is mind-boggling to me. So, and there's the IDG. All right, the search warrant, or sorry, the cell phone / USB file warrant was not a general warrant. Okay. As applied to the Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive search warrant, Idaho allows a search warrant, blah, blah, blah. But the reason we're looking at this is just to see how it's referenced, right? When they're referencing anything about the cell phone, what is it called, right? Again, here again, the USB. Okay, now this is where it got interesting, right? So then it says, is considered along with the affidavit. Let me highlight, please. Here we go. Okay, affidavit for probable cause and the 20-page Exhibit A. The warrants are sufficiently particular and valid. In fact, forensic detective Lawrence Mallory set forth why he believed the defendant's cell phone would contain evidence of the crime. And there's more on this here. So okay, so now I need to pull the next one. So the next one is, what is this one? So this is, again, so this is the part that got, so right, so this whole thing, Moscow Police Forensic Lab Warrant dated January 9th, 2023, right? So I thought to myself, well, maybe there's something in there. Maybe that's where it talks about the phone, right? Shout out to, let me look at the chat here. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Glad you're here. I'm sure I've missed a lot of things happening. Let me just take a look here, what you guys are saying. Right, they even reference, correct, exactly, that's my point, right? They call it a Seagate. They even give the serial number, right? And Deb asking the $1 million question right here. Thank you, Deb. Why will it matter if it was Android or iPhone? I'm glad you asked. That's what we're going to talk about. That's where we're getting to, okay? We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. That's where we're getting to in just a few minutes. So, is Kane also here? Shout out to everybody though who has joined us. Okay, so right. So let's take a look at this Moscow Police Forensic Lab warrant, okay? Because it's like, maybe there's some hope there, all right? And then we'll come right back to that one. So, because this is being referenced, right, in those motions to suppress. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So just got to get to the good part. All right. The return affidavit, right? It's like, oh, maybe this would be the place, right? Right? No, think again. I, Lawrence Mallory, the officer by whom this warrant was executed, do certify that the appended inventory contains a true and detailed account, people, of all property taken by me or other officers pursuant to this warrant. Here's the affidavit. I'm employed by MPD, affidavit, blah, blah, or that should say affiant. I obtained a search warrant for data extraction from Bryan Kohberger's phone. Look at this, y'all. You can't make this shit up. The phone, the P is capitalized. This is it. This is insanity. Like, this is what it's called. It's not the iPhone, blah, blah, or the Android, whatever the thing. It's Bryan Kohberger's phone. The data extraction. Where's the fucking phone? This blows my mind. The warrant was served. We know that we already saw, right? Remember the thing we looked at a few minutes ago? They collect the cell phone as it was listed on Pennsylvania, like on his person, presumably, or at the house, cell phone, right? So look at this. I mean, look at this. Again, phone data. What about the phone? I don't even know, y'all. I don't even know. Shout out to Jack again. Happy to see you. I know I've seen you here again. Cassidy Kane, welcome. I'm happy to see you as well. Hello to Kane as well. You must have heard we were just talking about you, or I was anyway. So, right, I know, for real. Yeah, right. White paper with password. Yeah, yep. I know. Right. And like we just read in one of these documents just a few minutes ago, it even says, right, like that they have, what was it? They have all the specifics about it. Which document was that? Because I mean, it's almost a joke, right? Which one was it? Where was it? I can't remember now because we've already pulled up a bunch of ones, but where it was like, maybe it was maybe it was here, right? Like the specific things, like I have all the, I mean, yeah, here it is. Yeah, here, yeah, right. The inventory contains a true and detailed account of all property taken. Hello? A true and detailed account. What? Bryan Kohberger's phone with a capital P. And this right here under description of property. It blows my mind. Okay, so now back to this one here. So this is where you get to the part that it's their motion to suppress the cell phone USB file and the memo the forensic lab warrant. Okay, that's why I pulled up that forensic lab. That's what we just looked at, the forensic lab warrant. The warrant was general. Well, I think we can all attest to that, right? Fuck. not specific enough to what to search. Okay, and that's basically that. So that's just closing the loop on all that. That's the whole chain of those documents. Okay, all right. So now, one of the things we've talked about on previous live streams, guys, is iPhone location data. Okay. And let me pull this up here. Okay, y'all ready? I have to unshare, reshare. Don't freak out. It's all good. Just kidding. Y'all aren't freaking out. You're fine. Okay. All right. We looked at this as an example on a different live stream, but this is going to really hammer this point home. And we're going to get into the whole thing about the question that Deb had, the $1 million question, as it were. Why does it matter? Okay. So this is the again, I always call this the masterpiece, right, from the Murdaugh trial. And we're going to take a look, guys, and see what all can be done with getting information from these phones, and why the cell towers is really for the birds, right? The cell towers is whatever. That's not where the T is, okay? So check it out. And we're also going to watch a little video I made during the Murdaugh trial coverage, and y'all will be like, whoa. So, okay. So, all right. So first thing to compare and think about, again, the reason we're talking about this is because at the very beginning of the whole case here in Idaho, and when we first learned about, that it's rural and there's talk of the cell towers, the very first thing I thought of was, wow, awesome. All the knowledge that I have from the Murdaugh trial is going to come in handy. Why? Because there's a lot of similarities in terms of the number of fucking towers, right? And we know, as I've mentioned before for anyone who hasn't heard it, there's many instances in the Murdaugh trial, right? Where if you look at, can you guys see this up here, up at the top, where it says 1-3? That's the tower that's the closest to the house, Moselle, okay? And the house is really close to that. There were instances where people were at home, okay, making phone calls at home, and it was pinging off of one of these other towers far away, like 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away, or whatever, because it doesn't have to ping the closest tower. It's a whole thing. So you see what I mean? And so if you were to go off of that, you'd be like, oh, that person's like in Varnville. No, they're at their house in Moselle. So the fact that there's A, very few towers, and B, it's a rural area, and C, it's like almost the same number of towers for that area. I mean, there's one more tower here versus the 4 that we have in Moscow. But I thought, well, you know what? This is going to be interesting. So one of the things we in the trial, but also as we were covering the trial, we learned so much about the difference between iPhones and Androids. Okay. And so this is, again, where it's going to come in handy. So now let me show you guys this. Okay. Let me show. Okay. So again, why do I say the cell towers are for the birds? Well, the most accurate and precise data for location that exists currently when it comes to phones is iPhone location data. And it gets it within, what was it, 6 feet or something, I believe, within 6 feet. So as you can see here, let me zoom in more. It gives you actually, no, it gives you latitude and longitude coordinates. Can you guys see that? Let me zoom in more. Okay, let's not be silly. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now you guys get, so the iPhone location data gives you latitude and longitude coordinates. So you know that where that ping is, the phone and the person, if the person's with the phone, is within 6 feet of that coordinate. Okay, why is the other reason it's so valuable? Because it refreshes itself. Let me find the next slide. It refreshes itself constantly. Like, there's a really good one. Let me scroll down. Yeah, here we go. Here. So it refreshes itself like right here. So this is for Paul's phone. So 814, 819, 823, 824, 829, 835. And basically you can track literally someone's exact location. Okay. And one of the things we were talking about on another live stream was, so is this GPS? Is it not GPS? And I was like, I know it's not GPS, but I'm not really entirely clear. And what I said at the time was, I was like, I'm pretty sure GPS uses satellites, right? And that iPhone location data is like proprietary and it's not exactly the same. So then I was like, well, let's close the loop on that one. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So let me unshare, reshare. We always close the loops. Okay, so it's not the same as GPS like I thought. So in other words, what I said was correct. I just always verify, right? Because I don't assume. While GPS is a core technology used to determine location on an iPhone, the location data on an iPhone also incorporates information from cell towers and Wi-Fi hotspots to provide a more accurate location. So multiple sources besides GPS, it uses data from but then this is the other key thing, crowdsourced data. Apple uses a crowdsourced database of Wi-Fi hotspot locations contributed by other iPhones to enhance location accuracy. Okay. And so then of course the next natural question was, okay, so, and I actually asked this on the live stream. I was like, hey, Android users out there, what do y'all have? If it's not iPhone location data, there's some other location data, like what is it, right? Well, no one really knew, which I don't blame them, but don't worry. So now we have this. Okay. In general, iPhone location data is considered to be slightly more accurate than Android location data, although the difference can be minimal depending on the specific device. But they use similar technologies, right? A combo platter, as it were. And so then here, but this is important, right? Hardware variations, different Android phones, because there's so many different ones, right, can have varying quality GPS hardware, right, leading to potential accuracy inconsistencies compared to the standardized hardware across iPhones. That's why the iPhone location data is considered to be the best, better than anything, right? Better than GPS, because it's GPS, but combo platter, right? And then again, with the crowdsourcing, right? Because Apple tends to prioritize location accuracy within their iOS system. So this is, as we go forward, y'all, in life, when you go forward, any trial, right? This is the knowledge that we can take to any trial, right? That like, if you were to rank them, okay, unless you're, well, okay, even if you were in a densely populated area with a lot of cell towers, I think cell towers would still be the worst in terms of pinpointing a location, right? So that would be, of the four things, that would be number 4. Number 3 would be GPS. Like for example, if somebody has like the GPS in a car, right, or whatever else, other devices that have GPS where it's just GPS. Okay, so that'd be number 3. Second would be Android location data, and the number 1 most precise of anything is iPhone location data. Does that make sense? Fog, what's fog data? And Twizzlestick chiming in saying Android is 10 times worse. So thank you for that. Yeah. So, but still better than your standard GPS, and then of course better than cell towers. So yeah. So again, the 4. So number 1, best iPhone, right? Number 2, Android location data. Number 3, GPS. Number 4, cell towers. Okay. Cool. I'm glad that makes sense. Good. Thank you. And Blackwater saying, don't forget to like. Thank you, Blackwater. So awesome. So this is, we're learning. And like I always say, learning is squirreling. Okay. So now, now it's time to watch the feature presentation, as it were. Okay. So I just have to unshare, reshare, share as always. So this, guys, is going to be, you guys are going to love it. So this is from when I was covering the Murdaugh trial. I didn't cover it when it was happening, but this was, I covered it gavel to gavel. I don't even remember when, at some point. And I wanted to show you guys what it can look like when you have the information. So the point is, right, like, what happens when a phone is off versus airplane mode? One question, right? What is it still tracking? We're going to see. And so what can they tell? In other words, what can the iPhone tell people, investigator, whatever, tell us watching a trial, even if it's on airplane mode? And also, what can it tell us if it's off? Okay. So we can bring this knowledge again to the, Bryan Kohberger, but to any trial, right? Because this is such a thing that comes up all the time. And, at this point, not only do we not know if Bryan, what the deal is with his phone. Did he have it? Was it with him? Was it off? Was it on airplane? We don't even know which type of phone, which is why we're covering all bases, whether it's iPhone or Android, right? That's the whole thing. Well, I don't think Bryan has made any statements, but I'm sure someone in the chat. I mean, it's been implied, I suppose, by his defense, you know, when they were talking about the alibi, but that would imply him making a statement. So, okay, great point here. So you're saying that the Hyundai key fob security pouch, are you saying that the key fobs for Hyundais have a Faraday bag in them or something? That's wild. Cassie Kane, I'm here to keep myself out of prison in the future. Love it. There was a live stream one time. I don't remember. I think we were watching the Canton Select Board meetings, and I went on one of my little things about the importance of constitutional rights and defense attorneys, and I don't even know what, but it was really funny. Everybody in the chat started like, you know, all at the same time, like they were on the same wavelength, right? And they were all like saying how like, you know, you need to go to law school, and if we ever need a defense attorney, like we want to call you. And actually, that's how the squirrel call came about, because Kit Smits, shout out to Kit Smits in the chat, you know, I was making the squirrel call, right? And she was like, she made a joke like, if I'm ever like being detained, you know, by law enforcement or whatever, and I'm there in custody, like, you know, I'll just like whisper under my breath, like, cuckoo, right? And then I would just pop out of nowhere and show up magically. Here I am, right? It was really funny. And so anyway, all that to say that, you know, in a imaginary world, if anybody does get into trouble, just do the squirrel call. I'll come running for y'all. Okay, it came from his Pennsylvania attorney. Okay. Okay, so yes, so all the things that the cell phones can tell us, and again, covering all the bases because we don't know what type of cell phone he had, but this is we're going to learn a lot, and what this is going to show you guys again is just how. So barring that time, right? Again, there's that time, the time where, what is it about that gap in time? The gap in time is like not pinging a cell tower. Again, since we just covered it, right? Cell tower, least important of all the things, right? So there could be many other things going on with the phone. So wherever he is, whatever's going on for him or for anybody, right? Like that's what I'm saying is like, it's not the way that it's reported, right? In the media is like all is lost because it wasn't pinging a tower. It's just that it's blank. We don't have anything. And it's just, it could be that they don't have anything, but if that's the case, the only way to ensure it is this. This is what I learned from Murdaugh trial. The only way to ensure for sure that there is literally nothing from the phone, you need to do three things, guys. Airplane mode, power it off, and take out the SIM card. If you don't do all three of those things, your phones will still be communicating in some form or fashion. And it just, depending on the circumstance, it could still be logging quite a bit of information. But the only way to guarantee nothing, the three things: airplane mode, powered off, take out the SIM card. And so if Bryan Kohberger or anyone else did that, then yes, all will be lost. But again, since we don't know any of that, again, we don't even know what type of phone. All we know is wasn't pinging a cell tower. Again, that's useless information, really, right? So, okay. Oh, okay. You can see the phone in the Indiana stops and people think it's most likely an Android. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. I missed it if anybody answered my question about what fog data is. So if anyone wants to re-put that in the chat, it would be much appreciated. Okay, so again, so this is from the Murdaugh trial. Now, you don't have to know anything about the Murdaugh trial to benefit from this presentation that we're going to watch. And there's some inside jokes I will explain as we go along too, for any of you guys who weren't there. Black Widow was there. Candace was here. I think she went to bed because she's sick. But anyway, there's some people in the chat right now who were here. But anyway, no squirrel left behind, like I said. So, okay. Okay, first of all, cell phone business. So shout out to Runkle the Bailey. I love the pigeon business. So that's a theme that I've been using for like all the different trials. So like in Murdaugh, we had chicken business That was the first one because that was right after Runkle started saying pigeon business. And then there was like the cell phone business and then what the truck, right? Instead of what the fuck, we made it what the truck because there was a whole thing about the trucks. So what the truck is up with this cell phone business is like already a joke. Layers of jokes there. Okay. Okay. So what we're looking at here is that exact same timeline that we were just looking at, right? The masterpiece timeline. So this is going to have zoomed in images from that. So that's what we're looking at. Okay. Maggie's last cell phone ping off the tower is at 7:50 p.m. Okay. And look, we got FBI cast, right? Right. Okay. From Britt Dovefield, in case you're like, what the fuck is that? So again, another inside joke. So Britt Dove testified in the trial. He was the cell phone dude. Now, what the field is about is because for anyone who didn't watch the Murdaugh trial, the dove field is a huge thing that comes up a whole lot. It's a dove field. It's like where the doves go and you go hunting and you shoot them. And so we started calling Britt Dove Field because obviously. Yes, Runkles also, yes, do. So did anyone say what fog is though? I don't know what the fog is. Somebody help. Yes, that's right. The Murdaugh trial had so much info. That's right. And that is why we're utilizing it, right? Definitely. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Okay.
In airplane mode, when you set your phone to
Here we go. Airplane mode.
that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers.
From the Verizon dude.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Okay, this is interesting. So I'll just read the text on the screen here for anyone who's just listening. So this is where this question here is referring to the first call from Alex to Maggie at 9:04 p.m., which registered as a missed call on her phone, but did not ping off a cell tower. That's interesting, right? Think about that. There was a missed call, but it didn't ping a cell tower. How?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So because this call was not picked up,
Oh, thank you, Heather.
the call was routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
And would that yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir?
That would be correct.
Okay. I believe you said previously column K was the.
Okay, again, I'm going to read it and for anyone who's just listening. So remember, the last time Maggie's phone pinged off a cell tower was at 7:50 p.m. Despite calls registering as missed calls on her cell phone and also showing in the Verizon records. That's wild, right?
Digit associated with the particular tower and calls routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one NA. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041.
That is correct.
All right, and then we see in column N, as in November, 9041 again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
I skipped over column L. It says MT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay, all right. And
Calls may be forwarded to voicemail if a phone is on airplane mode.
after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
And that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And so we see, if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
So this is what's so interesting because both people are at the house, right? Both phones are at the house. Well, Alex leaves and comes back, and he goes to Alameda. But anyway, but regardless, Alex's phone is pinging off cell towers, but Maggie's isn't.
All right. We see a number of other calls.
Interesting.
Starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next.
And again, it's interesting because in this case, Maggie's phone is not off, and it's not on airplane mode. Okay. Or that we know of, but we're going to talk more about that. But basically, that's what's the interesting part, right? Like, what's going on here? Because Alex's phone is pinging, and Maggie's isn't.
Two calls made from the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, back to Britt Dovefield.
So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll just wait till you see this on the timeline. You're just going to blow your minds if you haven't seen this already. So the orientation changes. This is where it gets to be so fucking interesting because it's so much more than just location, okay?
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. And that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then this, I think, is a part that isn't necessary to this. This is about the vehicles. This probably would be something that this is interesting if you're following all this coverage, but we're going to skip ahead to the part where it gets back to the phones with the timeline. So let me just go ahead. This was where I was figuring out, because one of the questions was how did everybody get out there, right, to the kennels, right? Anyway, but we solved that, and that's what that is laying out. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so all these things are going on in this timeline, right? With the phones. We've got steps being counted. We've got orientation changes. We've got backlight coming on. And then, of course, there's actually communication and also location. But in terms of really, look at, this is how you can see what was the potential, right? And that's what was so great is in this trial, we had all this evidence, and that's what made us be able to do what we're going to take a look at here, where you can actually literally recreate what was happening. It's wild, way more than just location, right? So, okay, so we start here. We have a text message that Paul gets. He reads it, but he doesn't respond to it, right? Paul's iPhone's backlight is on, which means that the phone is still in his hand. He doesn't put it in his pocket. And remember, things like app notifications and stuff can make the phone backlight come on. That came up in the trial. All that matters, right? So, but then we have Paul's Murdaugh's iPhone's backlight is off. So the phone locks either, and that was one of the big things here. How did the phone lock? And so we solved that as well. Did the phone lock unintentionally, or did Paul lock it, or did it lock due to low power mode, right? Because Paul's phone was in his hand when he was killed, right? Well, I'm getting ahead. Let me just read this in order. Okay, right. So phone locks unintentionally or auto locks due to low power mode. Okay. Then at 8:49:01, you can see where it's highlighted. It says device locked. Phone falls to the ground in the feed room where Paul was standing. Okay. Meanwhile, at 8:49:20, 19 seconds later, right? Remember, Maggie would have seen him get shot. Okay. 19 seconds after Paul's phone locks, Maggie's iPhone wakes up. The screen comes on. Okay. Okay, so the aftermath of, wait, did I skip a potential scenario? Hold on. No, I didn't. Okay. All right. So we went through 3 different scenarios that could happen with the phones. So this would be the aftermath if it was either A or B. Okay. So remember 849.01, that's ostensibly time of death, right? That's why this matters, because that's when Paul's phone locks. That's why this matters. 849.01, device locked, right? Again, 19 seconds later, Maggie's phone, screen on and unlocked. Unlocked. So she's unlocking her phone. We know she was running over to Paul when she was mowed down, right? By the 300 blackout, right? Now, here's where it gets really interesting. 849.26, Maggie's phone unlocks for a text message notification. Now, a lot of people thought that this was Maggie, but again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me go in order. Okay, so then 849.28, again, a lot of people thought this was Maggie, right? Maggie Murdaugh's phone accesses an application and implements an orientation change. Now, the orientation changes matter because that could mean that they're, looking at a picture, or things like a phone being thrown or a phone being dropped. There's all these different things that you can get from this information, again, well beyond location. All right, so then Paul is shot between 8:49:29 and 8:49:30 p.m., causing Maggie to lock her phone. This is in the first potential scenario, okay? Like, in other words, this option is saying Maggie's holding her phone. She hears Paul and sees Paul get shot, and she's holding her phone, and she locks it at that point, right? Because it's in her hand or whatever, okay? Because there it says her phone is locked to 8:49:31. Now, you're going to see why this matters, because the time of death can be established completely based on the cell phone stuff here, okay? So then Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Paul, and it's unread. So again, that's there. And then we have steps. Now Maggie is dead, right? 8:53 to 8:55. Maggie's phone shows 59 steps traveled. Amazing, right? Okay. If Maggie locked her phone after hearing the gunshots, Alex must have retrieved it intentionally and brought it with him. Maggie's phone, right? Potentially with the goal of confusing the crime scene. Because of the steps, that's what I'm referencing, right? Because she was dead, right? Potential scenario C, the aftermath. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting, guys. All right, so back up at the top, 8:49:01, right? Paul is shot with phone in hand. Phone falls to the ground. Maggie would have heard the shot, would not be on her phone. So in other words, and we know there was a possibility that her tendency, Maggie's tendency or habit, right, was to leave the phone on the golf cart when they were at the kennels. So she didn't have a pocket. She would leave it on the golf cart. So what that changes it, guys. Look at that. If we imagine that they're out at the kennels, Maggie's phone is on the golf cart, any activity for all the stuff that's highlighted is not Maggie. This changes everything completely, right? Maggie's not on her phone. Phone's potentially on the golf cart, right? Or she set it down somewhere. And in other words, all this is Alex, right? 8:49:20, screen on, unlocked. 8:49:26, unlocks for a text message notification. 8:49:28, accesses an application. All that shit would be Alex, not Maggie. And then her phone is locked until 1:10 the next day. There's that text message that's unread. And then there's the steps. Okay, now if Paul was shot at 8:49:01 and Maggie soon after, and it was Alex who unlocked her phone at 8:49:26, perhaps she had left her phone on the golf cart while messing with the dogs. And I say messing with the dogs because in the trial, that's how everybody called it. And Alex didn't realize this until he went to drive away. Oh shit, Maggie's phone's on the golf cart, right? Okay. 10:34 p.m. is the first orientation change for Paul's phone in the full timeline. This is when Alex, quote, tries to do something with it. That's what Alex says, right? After claiming it, quote, popped out of Paul's pocket. And there it is, 10:34, orientation change, right? And at the exact same time, this is the last orientation change of Paul's phone. And then the device powers off seconds later. Considering Paul used his phone more than anyone in the timeline, yet didn't. Oh, right. I remember why that was important. Okay, this was really interesting. So when we went through this entire timeline, Paul was constantly on his phone, but he didn't log a single orientation change until 10:34. Okay, let me go back. Now I understand what the significance was. So this is the first and last, right? This is the first and last orientation change on Paul's phone. And Paul's dead, right? 10:34, first and last orientation change at the same time. Why does that matter? Okay, so considering Paul uses his phone more than anyone in the timeline, because normally it's like with everybody else, it's like when they're handling their phone, there's orientation changes all the time, right? Yet didn't log a single orientation change until 10:34 p.m., while everyone else logs them constantly, it is reasonable to draw the conclusion that Paul had his orientation locked. Check it out. This is where it gets to being crazy, right? But this is what the data, the cell phone data shows, okay? This is why if his phone fell as described in potential scenario, see, what am I talking about? What I'm talking about is if the phone was in his hand, right? And he was shot when he was holding the phone and the phone fell, it should have logged that it fell, right? And so part of the thing is like, why was there no event logged of the phone falling, right? And of course, as we know, it was found in a weird place on Paul's butt. And then Alex has that weird story about the phone popping out, right? So I'm trying to figure all this out, right? So why would there not be an event that shows that the phone fell? And the event being an orientation change, right? If his orientation was locked, if he just kept it locked, which would explain why he never had orientation changes, except for 10:34 p.m. when he's dead, then that would explain how if the phone could have been in his hand, drops the phone when he's shot, and it doesn't log an orientation change, okay? So this is why if his phone fell as described in potential scenario C, it did not log an orientation change. Yeah. Wait for it though. Further, orientation lock can be accessed from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. And we know Alex did not know the passcode to Paul's phone, but you can access it. Y'all, if you don't believe me, check on your phones. On your iPhone, if you go to the control panel, you can, just like how you can access the flashlight and stuff, orientation lock. Okay, crazy. Airplane mode, this is the best part of all. I just got goosebumps. This is the best part of all. And this would apply to every trial, people. Airplane mode can also be accessed from the control panel of an iPhone without knowing the user's passcode. I mean, holy fuck, right? So again, if anyone's trying to be a criminal and make things look like they're not, two things you can do without knowing the user's passcode. This is a great example. This trial and what we're looking at here is a great example of how if you just simply do two things, switch the orientation lock off, for example, if it was on, or vice versa, or switch airplane mode on or off, whatever it was, you make it the opposite, right? You can do that without the passcode. It can completely change the interpretation of what happened. You can fuck with it. Okay, so wait, we'll see the implications of this here in a sec. But what if someone has the passcode to someone else's phone? Accessing any settings such as orientation lock or airplane mode via the control panel would allow those changes to be made without logging data. So in other words, going into the settings and changing them, right? So 1, no data entry for unlocking the phone, and 2, no data entry for changing settings via the control panel. So what do I mean by that? All this came out in the trial. This is just the summary. So what that means is like for example, the one thing that the phone doesn't save memory of, your iPhones anyway, right? Like if you go into your own iPhone and you go into your settings and you toggle orientation lock on or off or airplane mode on or off in the settings, it's not going to save it and show at such and such time that was done, right? So the only way you know if anything was done with orientation lock or airplane mode is simply, it's not going to show that an event happened to change it, right? You're only going to know based on the other circumstances, if that makes sense. Like, for example, Paul's phone, great example. The fact that there were literally no orientation changes at all in the whole timeline. And the timeline starts from like days before the murders, right? And up until 10:34 p.m., the day of the murders, like that would be your evidence that the orientation lock was on, if that makes sense, because it doesn't log an event for that. Okay, so no data for unlocking phone, no data for changing settings via the control panel. Okay. As with previous generations, current iOS software and iPhone generations do not record any changes made to the orientation lock. Similarly, data will not show if airplane mode was switched on or off, which is crazy, right? So that's why, think about this. So for any of these trials, right, if they're trying to prove, did they turn the phone off or did they put it on airplane mode? One would have maybe thought that, oh, when they go through and they do like the Celebrate and everything, it's going to be like, oh, look, they turned it on or they turned it off. You would think that. It's not the case. That's what's wild, guys. It doesn't log an event for that. Isn't that crazy? So that's why figuring out what will it do if it's on airplane mode versus what will it do if it's powered off and all that. Like that's how you figure it out. But you can't prove it with an event being logged, right? So similarly, data will not show if airplane mode was switched on or off. It can only show if a phone is currently on airplane mode or not. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, regardless of if he ended up with her phone by accident or on purpose, the only explanation for the missed calls but no cell phone tower pings is that he put her phone on airplane mode. Maggie's phone, right? Either by unlocking it at 8:49:26 and altering that's time of death or proof of life, right? Or from the control panel without unlocking it. Would he have felt confident enough in his knowledge of cell phone or cell tower technology to intentionally collect the phone, the plan being to chuck it while sending calls and messages just to fuck with the crime scene? Maybe. Or did he drive off with it in the golf cart on accident and panic, putting it on airplane mode in hopes that the data would show, quote, he was never with her phone, end quote. Because remember, that was one of the things, right? That there's that point in time where both of their phones are, or no, that his phone is logging steps and her phone isn't at one point. And so then it's like, you know, the defense team, you know, attorneys were like, well, then if he has her phone, how come his phone is logging steps and hers isn't, right? Yeah. Remember, he has always expressed 100% certainty that her phone would not line up with the GM OnStar data, and he was right. Perhaps because it was never in the Suburban. So what this is getting to is when, you know, where they found Maggie's phone, right? Just right on down Moselle Road. This is getting to, he would be able to say this. Remember, he gets in the golf cart, sees the phone. He just scuttles on down there in the golf cart, right? Potentially. Chucks the phone. And then he's able to say with 100% certainty it wouldn't line up with the GM OnStar data from the Suburban. Okay, so location services toggled on. You guys will see what this means here in a sec. So there's Maggie's phone. So now this is where it gets interesting, right? Maggie's phone has location services toggled on. And also that also shows, let me back up. That also shows that all these apps, right? You know how you can have your apps and some of them that you choose to have location. She had, like, look, while using, like for like literally almost everything, right? So in other words, her phone should have been logging more location data. We can see, and we know from testimony that she had location services turned on. This is how John Marvin was able to locate her phone the next day using Find My iPhone. We also know law enforcement placed Maggie's phone on airplane mode when they found it. Location services was already on and airplane mode was switched on by law enforcement. Putting it all together. Here we go. All right. So now we're getting to what was Alex doing. All right, 8:49:31. Alex is either carrying out his planned cell phone shenanigans or realizing he's fucked because her cell phone is in the golf cart. All right, now look at this. This is where you can see really clearly here, guys, what all the phones are doing. Look at this, put together so beautifully. Maggie's phone shows 59 steps traveled. Maggie's phone, vertical orientation, then sideways orientation. She's dead, right, at all this point, right? So somebody's got her phone. Again, more vertical orientation, sideways orientation. As you can see here, this is a great example of how often it'll log orientation changes just if somebody's carrying it, right? Or whatever. It's like not even anything. And so that's why, again, it was so odd that Paul had none up until the first and the last at the same time. Okay. So then 903:44 approaches his car to leave for Alameda, but changes his mind, realizing the car will have GPS data, hops on golf cart potentially. And then 904:23, he calls Maggie. Now this is the combo. This is if you're law enforcement in Idaho, or really any trial, any case, right? This is what you want. Remember, we've talked about this before. What you want to do is you need to prove a number of things. You have to prove that the phone is with the car, that the person's in the car, that the phone is with the person, and then you can prove that the person is in the car with the phone, and all three match, right? Like because the only, like in other words, the only way to pinpoint a person, a human's location, right? If you've got a vehicle involved and a phone involved. So, but you have to have the phone and the car line up, right? And then everything all line up with each other, if that makes sense, right? This is what this looks like when you do that. Okay. So we've got all this information, right? So 905:44 drives past the Suburban on the golf cart, calls Maggie. Her phone has a orientation change, chucks the phone from the golf cart, and that's how it gets that orientation change right there before he leaves for Alameda. Call number 2, call number 3. Oh, there it is. Chuck's phone from golf cart. Sideways orientation, right? Chuck's phone from the golf cart, drives back to the Suburban, shifts in and out of park, calls Maggie. That's from the car telemetry in blue. And then this is the other thing that another thing, right, from the phones, the Bluetooth. So this is really interesting, right? Because here's the thing, guys. Y'all know if you've got a car and you've got a phone, you have it set up, right, where it's going to connect to Bluetooth automatically, more than likely, right? You don't even think about it. Right? So if you're outside of your vehicle and you're with your phone and you've just committed a crime and then you get in the vehicle, it's going to connect with Bluetooth. And then that will be logged from the car data and the phone data. All right. So iPhone connects via Bluetooth. He knows calls to Maggie will not ping cell towers because he put it on airplane mode, ostensibly, right? Which would be why you call. Sends text message for good measure. And meanwhile, you can see there's her phone location. Okay. Then 4th call from Alex out of 5. Alex also calls Paul. All this is just grotesque, isn't it? Think about. Then he sends Maggie this message, call me, babe. Awful, right? Unread, of course. And then the Suburban is in park at 10:01:43. This is when he's returned from Alameda, right? And now he's going to quote unquote find the bodies, right? So last call from Alex, goes to the house. And that's when he's like, he says in his testimony, like, oh, I went to the house to go look for him or whatever, right? Maggie's phone has a gap in activity. And then 10:04:49 starts up the Suburban, leaves for the Kennels based on just looking at all this data, right? His Suburban leaves the house to go to the Kennels. At this point, this is when Alex wants to be tracked because this is when he's going to try to make it look like, oh, I just got back from my mom's. Where is everybody? Oh, I find them on accident, right? Okay, so all we know is he says he goes to the house to, quote, look for Maggie and Paul, but how would that take over 3 minutes, especially considering they weren't home when he left for Alameda? So starts up the Suburban. We already said that. And then last call from Alex, drives golf cart out to find Maggie's phone. Right. So he drives the golf cart back out, right? Because again, that doesn't have any data, right? To find Maggie's phone, takes it off airplane mode, legitimizing his alibi calls. Bam. Bam. This implies way more fuckery than anyone thought, right? Like this is crazy. Obviously, he can't find the phone in the dark, which explains the last call at 10:03. The 5th and the last call, because he can't find the phone in the dark. So he has to call it so that the phone will light up so that he can find the phone and switch the airplane mode off to legitimize his alibi calls, right? So then 10:03:58 takes the phone off of airplane mode, skedaddles back to the house on the golf cart, then gets in the Suburban. Now, this is interesting. So why has no one mentioned the towel? This was just a question that I had ever in the trial. My theory is he hosed off at the Kennels because the hose was already going. you know, because there were some remaining questions, right? Like where did he clean? You know, the defense was also like, there's no, would he have done it at the house? Or it's like, no, my thought, right? He hosed off at the kennels. And then there's this towel here in the Suburban right there on the front seat. This towel is never talked about, which is weird.
What unit's 23 on
I'm
those?
not saying there's anything fishy going on, but I'm saying clearly to me, that towel is probably what he dried off with, right? Because remember, one of the questions that was asked was like when he showed up at his mom's house in Alameda, was he soaking wet? No.
Yeah.
And then, but what the truck is going on here, this is just another inside joke from the trial. Road trip crew.
It's a house.
Yeah, there they are. It's a house. That's Alex on the 911 call, literally. So as hopefully you guys can see, that was like after lots of me working on that timeline and going through it. But you can see like they proved this trial, right? The Murdaugh trial was like the first time where time of death was proved just based on cell phone activity. Like literally, again, not, steps, orientation change, backlight coming on, all that. What, daughter? Why would he be wet? So Twiz is not familiar with this case, it seems like. So because he shot his wife and son, right, at the kennels, and he shot Paul twice with a shotgun, right? He would have been more than likely covered in not just blood, but brain matter, because Paul's brain exploded out of his head. And then he shot Maggie with the AR 300 blackout. And so they were already at the kennels with the dogs, and you can hear water running in the background because they were feeding the dogs and they were giving them water, and the sounds, we can do the sounds. These sounds I'm about to play for you guys. This is literally from the moments before they died. This is the sounds of them at the kennels. And the reason being is because Paul was on Snapchat and Alex didn't know. This is how they really got him. But these are the sounds of what was going on the moments just before he killed them. So we've got this.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Because Bubba got a bird in his mouth.
It's a chicken.
That's Paul saying it's a chicken.
It's a guinea.
Right after that, Alex says, "Come here, Bubba." And that's how they got him, because he says, "Come here, Bubba." And you can hear it in the Snapchat video. And so that's what was going on at the kennels, right? And so the water was running. I think you can see water in the Snapchat video. You can hear it running. And when they showed up, law enforcement, everything, there was water everywhere, right? And so and there was also testimony about the hose being funny. There's a lot that goes into it, but basically, it stands to reason that the hose was already running, and Alex would have hosed himself off with the hose, right? And my thought is that because Bubba got away with the chicken, he left the hose running. And my theory, and well, it's more than just a theory, but without going way into it, right, was that he forgot the hose, left the hose running while he went to go try to do his alibi and visit his mom, and then turned the hose off when he came back afterwards, right before he did the 911 call and said he found the bodies. I think the hose was running that whole time. And then we also figured out the thing about Bubba. As you can see, Bubba has a collar on. They had those GPS tracking collars. So that's a whole other thing. I think Bubba ended up also being left out. I think two things happened. I think he needed to get the hell out of there to establish his alibi. He left the hose on, and he left Bubba out with the chicken, knowing that he could find Bubba when he came back because of the GPS collar. Anyway, that's the summary version. How did they get the snap video? So Paul had been in community. I'm going to try to not see. This is my favorite trial in case of all time. I'm going to try to do the Cliff Notes version. So Paul had been communicating with his best friend about his best friend's dog who had a hurt tail, and they had been at the kennels, and he was, he'd been messaging with his friend and whatever, and then his friend Rogan said, "Try to see if you can get a video of the tail." The dog's name was Cash. "Can you try to get a video of the tail?" Now, the service is spotty out there at the kennels, but remember, that makes no difference for iPhone location data, right? So he tried to like send a video, and it didn't work. So then he was like, this is what Paul did. He was like going to use Snapchat, right? Because he used Snapchat all the time. So he was going to do a snap video. So what happened was Paul made the Snapchat video, and he never got to send it to Rogan. So Rogan never got the Snapchat video. But Rogan So before law enforcement had the Snapchat video, Rogan, when he was on the phone with Paul, heard Alex in the background. He heard them out there, right? Right before the Snapchat video was made. And he heard Alex in the background. And then Paul makes a Snapchat video, and then those are the sound clips we just heard, but there's also Alex saying, "Come here, Bubba," right? And Alex does not know that that is going on. That's the thing. Paul like solved this murder. Like, that's it. Alex did not know that there was a Snapchat video going on, and he's caught on camera, basically. So Paul takes a Snapchat video, and he can't get it to send out. So what it is that video is still on Paul's phone, but Rogan never gets the video. Now, the thing is that it took them for fucking ever to crack the passcode to Paul's phone. I think almost a year. And that's what waited. And so in other words, the murders happened in June of 2021. Okay. Alex was not. No, he was arrested before that. He was arrested in August, but it wasn't until the following summer, I believe, the following, like a year later, when they finally got into Paul's phone because, there's a whole thing where you can only try it so many times, and, it can take years sometimes. But one of the detectives was like, "Oh, let's just try like his birth date or something," and it worked. And they got into Paul's phone, and the video was on there. They also subpoenaed Snapchat, but the video, they didn't, I guess Snapchat didn't have it because it was never sent. So they got the Snapchat video when they were able to get into Paul's phone. So, and prior to that, all they had was Rogan saying that he heard Alex in the background. Right. And so that was the big thing until they got the Snapchat video. So I agree. The trial. Yes. Maggie's the wife. Paul's the son. Yep. I am so shocked that you don't know this trial, Twizzle Stick. Agree. It was so riveting. Yes. This is my favorite trial of all time. It was such a good trial and such an interesting case. And there's so much backstory to this family that is insane. It's insane. This is like the most fascinating. And really, there's a lot of layers to it. We did a whole deep dive with the connection with the railroads. That was a whole thing. And then the connection to going to rehab and all this stuff. It was really awesome. Yeah, come here, Bubba. Yep. Come here, Bubba. Yeah, it is. I love this trial so much that when we finished with it, we were all so sad it was over. And I was like, we'll probably have to do a reunion, and I'll cover it gavel to gavel again. Like nothing would make me happier. I freaking love it. Agreed. Okay. You know a little of it. Yeah. And so I've got tons of like exhibits like this, if you will, that I've made related to this case that are, so a lot of them are funny. There's a lot of jokes from this trial as well. Like the thing about this trial is it had a lot of like lightheartedness and humor, as well as being riveting and complicated and like cerebral, and trying to figure out the logistics of getting to the kennels and the vehicles and all that. Like, those were like the questions everybody was like, so which vehicle? And then the bit with all this stuff. Right. And so, by the way, what you're looking at on the screen, so there's Alex, right? So there's the chicken. The chicken is there because Bubba had the chicken. Like, Bubba's the real hero of this case. There's Bubba. There's Bubba with the chicken. And there in the back is the shrimp weasel, which is Alex's spirit animal. It's a shrimp weasel. And so what they're sitting in is this tractor. And this tractor was on site behind the skinning shed. The skinning shed you can see there in the background. That's the skinning shed near the kennels. I think that's where he had the guns, or what did I decide? Anyway, it's in one of my presentations. I think he at least had the 300 blackout over there. Anyway, but this tractor was like way behind the skinning shed. So like I removed the background and took the tractor, right, and blew it up, because it became an inside joke that this was a getaway vehicle, right? Because this whole thing about how were there enough vehicles? How did somebody we went through this whole thing with the vehicles, because there's all these trucks and there's all these golf carts. But like when you do all the math, it's like, wait, something's not adding up. So at one point we were all delirious and we started getting all laughy. And then somebody noticed the tractor, and then we made a joke, like maybe he hopped in the tractor and used it as a getaway vehicle. That's where all this started. And that's where the road trip crew started. So then it was like road trip crew, gangs all here. And that's where this swoop came from. So now you guys will know the backstory of this swoop here.
It's a house.
Again, the tractor that they're riding in that picture is actually way in the background, but that's where it came from. So I took it out and then I put it back in the picture, but I put it in front where you can see it, blew it up, and then I animated it for the swoop. And so in the swoop, also Poot is there as well. So it's like you've got
It's a house.
you've got the lolly bird trailing behind. So you can see that there's the road trip crew with Putin included, lolly bird trailing behind, and then it's a house. That's Alex on the 911 call again. That's literally him saying it's a house, and it's funny the way he says it. Because the lady on the 911 call is like, is it a house or a mobile home? And he's like, and then his response is that it's a house, all crazy. So some of you guys are like, probably, what the fuck's happening? No, there is a timestamp on it. There is a timestamp on it because it uses the camera. Again, thank you for bringing it back to all the cell data. Whenever you use the Snapchat app, it automatically, you have to click permissions to use camera. It's stuff you don't think about, right? So it's going to do location and it's going to do camera. So whenever you use it, it automatically will log that the camera app was accessed by Snapchat, and that logs a timestamp. So yes, there is a timestamp for that. And there's probably also a location timestamp for that as well, which he was in the kennels. I know, I loved Judge Newman. The camera time can be changed. Well, again, Paul's phone had been locked for over like a year. No one could get into that phone. So, now had Alex had the phone in his possession or something, I don't know, that would have been different. But the other thing that happened was Paul's cell phone was on 3% battery, and he was notorious for running his cell phone down to low battery, and because he was always on his phone. He was 20 years old when he died. So he was always on his phone. And so he was running, and actually, again, in the timeline, let me pull that back up. Because one of the things that's tracked, again, another element, right? Talking about how amazing it is, right? Let me pull this up. So that's another element that they track in this beautiful timeline. I just have to unshare, reshare. One of the things that's tracked here is Paul's battery status, because that tells you a lot too, because they're like, that's why he's not using. So all these things are happening, right? He's not able to get enough cell service to send the Snapchat. His phone's about to die, right? Meanwhile, he's got a girl texting him about going to see a movie, right? That's the last exchange he has with anybody, is talking. They decide to go see him. They're talking about what movie to go see. And so let me zoom out. There it is right here. So this symbol, isn't this incredible, guys? This timeline, I'm telling you. So this symbol here, this entire timeline, one of the things that they have a symbol here showing Paul's freaking battery life status. Incredible. 4% at 8:17. So he really did run it up to the edge, right? You can track it all the way through. Incredible. And so the phone, look at this. So then it's on 2% at 8:43. So that's the other thing too, is that the phone died eventually, right? And then Alex didn't have the passcode and the phone was dead. And so even if he had wanted to fuck with the phone, he couldn't have at that point anymore. But he did fuck with Maggie's phone from what it looks like. So yeah, Judge Newman was awesome. I've got a sound for him as well. Where is it?
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Here it is. I don't know who Lynch is, but that's pretty cool. So when did the friend say he spoke to Paul? Well, we can see. Good question, because we got the timeline pulled up, guys. So let's see. There it is right there. Speaking of, there it is. Speaking of the devil, there's that image is Cash the dog. That's from the Snapchat video right there. Okay, there it is. So, all right. Remember, 8:49:01 is like is like in the time and death range, right? So 8:44:34, Paul initiates FaceTime video call with Rogan, and it was 11 seconds long because he couldn't get enough signal, right? 8:44:34. 8:44:55, the video extracted through Paul's phone at the kennels has Alex in the background talking with Maggie. So that was part of the thing, right? Because one of the things that was like, well, would it have been possible that Alex was there at 8:44:55, right? But then at 8:49, he's not there. Like he would be on the property. Like let's say he went back to the house, right? That was another thing that came up, was like there was literally no way he would not have heard the shots being fired, right? His initial story was he never went to the kennels at all, right? So that got shot shit. But his initial story was he never went to the kennels, right? So he had to, he tried to make himself an alibi. He never went to the kennels. He was napping, woke up, doesn't know where they are, goes and visits his mom, comes back, finds them dead, right? So It was all shot to shit. So then when this video was all this, when this was all shot to shit, right? It's like, he has to now admit he was at the kennel. So then it's like his story then when he was on the stand, he was on the stand for like 3 full days, by the way. It was amazing. His then new story was like, he was there, but then he leaves. That was his story. He leaves at 8:44:55 because he says that Bubba gets the chicken. He doesn't want anything to do with it. So he just decides to leave literally at that exact moment. Right. And then he decides to go home. And then he decides to get ready to go to his mom's house. Now they know that the time that he left for his mom's, right? So in other words, he can't get around the fact that he's either at the kennels or at the house until he leaves for Alameda, which is at like what, 10:06. So that place, that right there says, okay, if he was at the house, right, could he have heard the gunshots? They went through all that. Although again, it was so implausible anyway. But yeah, the shot time. So that was if you saw the video presentation we had from like, I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes ago, that the time of death, which is the shots, is proven through the cell phone activity. And what we went through 8:49:01, because that's when Paul's phone locks for the last time. That's when Paul drops he had the phone in his hand. We know he had the phone in his hand. He drops the phone locks, doesn't log an orientation change because he had his orientation locked. So 8:49:01 will be time of death. And we know that Maggie was mowed down before Alex then messed with her phone. I think it was all within 30 seconds. It happened really fast. But again, I had it all pulled out on that, the thing we just watched a minute ago. But you can see, again, look at this. Paul's talking to Megan. There's a really sad thing, though, when they're talking about the movie they're going to go see. 8:48:05. He has less than a minute to live, guys. He has less than a minute to live. He sends an iMessage to Megan Kimbrell saying, "Star is Born" is the movie. This is really sad. 8:48:29. This is the last text message Paul ever reads. Remember, he reads, but he doesn't respond because his phone's about to die. And he's trying to get signal to send the Snapchat. So 8:48:29, he has 30 seconds to live. Paul receives an iMessage from his friend Megan stating, "No, I need something happy. Don't like watching sad movies." Isn't that fucking depressing? I mean, and there it is. His phone was last unlocked 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. So time of death is 8:49:01. I mean, for Paul. And then Maggie's is where is it? Maggie's is before 8:49:20. Because this has to be Alex at using her phone. This has to be Alex fucking with her phone. So it all happened in 20 seconds. Isn't that insane? I know the egg juror. I know. Could his phone have just died? You mean Paul's phone? It did die. Like when law enforcement so remember, Alex fucks with Paul's phone. So Paul's phone would have been on like 1% battery. And because no one was using it, right? It still had 1% battery when Alex returns from Alameda, right? Because let me go to the 10 o'clock hour. Isn't this incredible though? This is Alex with his whole alibi. Okay, so then, well, no, it was 10:34, right? Yeah, it's like when he's on the phone with 911, right? Because the other thing is he's like, "I checked their bodies," and it's like, no, you didn't. Where is it? It's so funny how I have some of these times memorized. There we go, right there. There it is. There it is, guys. So 10:34:24, device power off. That's because the battery dies right there. Or sorry, it might not actually be. It could be that Alex turns it off. It honestly, it could have been one or the other, because the thing is, this is the thing, the orientation change. So the phone is not dead yet. I'm not dead yet, Monty Python. The phone's not dead yet, right? Because Paul's friends are calling him. Where are you at? There's other activity happening, right? But no one's using the phone, but people are calling him. And then, but here, to 10:34 p.m., Paul's phone orientation changes. And that time, we logged all of this when we covered the trial. It was insane, y'all. It was like being a detective. We logged all of this. This would have been while he was on the phone with 911, if I remember correctly. But again, we went through all of it. Paul's phone orientation changes. And again, I think that this is when he picks up the phone and puts it on Paul's butt. Remember that whole thing about the butt? And then says, oh, I tried to roll him over. I tried to do something with it, tried to roll him over using the phone. And it's like, this is because he has to explain this orientation change. That I think the phone was in the feed room where Paul was shot when he drops the phone. And then when Alex is waiting for them to show up with all the law enforcement, he's like, oh, fuck, Paul's phone, right? And then he takes the phone and puts it on Paul's butt. And if you're like thinking, why would he do that? Again, those simple little details, he was trying to fuck with the crime scene. And believe it or not, those little details are the puzzlers that had everybody stumped that they were trying to answer. What's the deal with Paul's phone on the butt, right? What's the deal with Maggie's phone down the road? Why is it not moving with Alex? Those last little details that were like, those are just oddities and stuff. Those are the things where Alex fucked with it for that reason, because that it didn't get him. I mean, he got convicted obviously, but it made people say, we can't explain this. Right. I ended up explaining it, through using literally this timeline and the evidence that came in at trial, but it took a lot of, time and brain power and lots of little video presentations like the ones we played earlier of me going through it. And again, it's not like those questions needed to be answered to prove he was guilty beyond a reasonable, you know what I mean? They weren't necessary for the case. They were necessary for me because my brain can't handle it otherwise. I have to solve it. And this is the other point I was going to say. When you have all this evidence, it's like the pieces are there to solve the puzzle. This is a big difference when you compare this to something like Karen Reed, where law enforcement fucked the whole thing up and there's no information. I mean, we were talking about this the other night. We were talking about how John O'Keefe's phone is found under him. No one ever said where under him, under him where. They never even said, just stuff that is so basic. And so, I have the thought that I don't know that anyone will ever really fully be able to explain using it for sure, right? Exactly what happened. And there's other cases that are kind of like that too. This is a case where you have all of the detail, because I'm not going to speculate and I'm not going to make things up, right? So for me, it's this was why I love this, because it's all the information is there. Somebody just has to squirrel at it hard enough to put it all together. And without, and then you can do it without, you don't have to guess anything. You don't have to, you can literally just squirrel at it hard enough. And then you can figure it out using literally what all, came in, if that makes any sense. At 5%, well, it was still logging missed calls. He was still, and I remember that came in. I remember there was talk of that during the trial. I think what that ended up being the case with that was that was different with different iPhone generations, because Paul was still using his phone and sending text messages. I mean, when he made the Snapchat video, right? Let's just take a look and see. When he made the Snapchat video, at that point in time, he'd been on the phone, he's still texting, and his phone is at we're going to double check, but it's very low. Let's see here. We still have location data and all this texting. His phone is at 2% battery life at 8:43. Okay. At 8:43, we have FaceTime call after 8:43. So while it's on 2% or lower, right? FaceTime call, Snapchat video, location information, sends a text message, sends another text message, unlocking, receives a text message, backlight is on. And then again, after he's deceased, it's still logging people calling him. So, but I do recall, does ring a bell what you said here, Wykenyan. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. You can just let me know. But I do recall that coming up, and I think that was something that one of the defense was saying on cross or something, and then it was well, no, that's the other generations or something. Absolutely it did. The phone data told the story. It certainly did. Yep. And you see what I mean? Where and we haven't even, y'all, again, we delve way into this, right? But there's so much information here we aren't even talking about. But when you really look at all the information that's in this, between, again, the steps and all this, and you literally, we were able to paint literally second to second the picture of literally what happened with all those people in the family for the hours surrounding. And you can get a visual and we did lots of field trips. It was so awesome. Again, like I said, we're gonna have to do an anniversary where we cover it again, gavel to gavel, for anyone who watched it, they want to watch it again, or if you didn't watch it, because it's such a great trial. And again, what makes it so great, part of it too, is that you have all the information, and you have a defendant taking the stand, and it's like there's so much. And Creighton is my favorite prosecutor of all time. Creighton Waters, shout out to Creighton Waters. There's just like so much good stuff, and like I said, there's a lot of things that are really funny, and anyway, it's great. So yeah. So now again, this is all the iPhones. So going back to like iPhone versus Android, right? From my research, and y'all Android users, let me know, my understanding and research is like, they're still going to be doing steps, right? And you can still use iCloud as well, right? Now it's not going to have iPhone location data, but it's still going to have iCloud, right? But it's still, going to have its own systems to log steps. And when we already covered the location aspect of it, and things like, and it's actually, well, I guess I don't know for sure, but I would imagine it also is going to have show, again, the orientation change and the backlight and stuff too. And a lot of that too, like the backlight apps are a big part of that too. Cause like when an app, y'all don't worry, I'm here. StreamYard did the thing. I'm here. I was like, guys, don't worry. Yeah, it's cold here as well. I mean, it's 19 degrees here, but it's dropping. So y'all. And compare this, right? I know this is obviously came in at trial, but like compare this to like, then you take a look again back at like Idaho. Take a look at BK and the fact that they never said what type of phone he has. I'll never. And y'all, had you guys had anybody notice that? Like, because again, when the question dawned on me this morning, I was like, wait, that can't be. And then I'm like, but wait, if that's the case, how has nobody said that? Like, how has that not been a thing? Like, I'm like thinking, have I just forgotten all the discussion about what type of phone he had or whatever? Because like, it's crucial, man. I mean, in this trial, for example, one of the things that came up a lot was like the different family members, some of them had different iPhone generations. So even within iPhone, right? Was it a 6? Was it a 7 or whatever the years were? And so they brought in experts that for each one of those, and even the iOS update. So even if you have the same generation, if one person's updated their iOS and another hasn't, there can be differences. It went through all of that, it's like incredible, right? And so then to not even know just broad category, I don't even understand how it's possible. And to just call it cell phone, I'll never get over it. I will never get over it. Okay, so let's do this because I keep forgetting. And since we've got you guys, let's do this. We're going to do the thing that we've been talking about doing for a while. So let me get this queued up. We're going to do the real world true crime. Finally, we're going to take the vote. We're going to do that. We're going to do that now. And then after that, this stream should, redirect you guys to the next stream. So let me pull this up. So hopefully you guys are familiar with the show MTV's The Real World. Okay. I've talked about this a lot, but I've been forgetting to follow up. We're going to do the voting though. This is going to be the actual real deal thing. So let me get this queued up. Okay. So okay. All right. Unshare, reshare. So here we go. So y'all are going to get to vote. Y'all are going to get to vote. It's going to be fun. All right. You guys ready? Okay, so now let's talk about what we just saw. So group one. So we're gonna have you guys vote. So first of all, this is the actual house from the real world, the most recent real world, which was in Atlanta. This is the actual house. So what's going to happen is you're going to have 12 of them. Right now we got 24. We can whittle it down, and they're going to have to play by all these rules, which we will go over in a second. So group one, and we're going to have you guys vote momentarily after we cover the rules. So group one, right? And then we have group two, house rules. All right. These are the actual rules from the real world. Okay. So they're going to be living together for 4 months. Okay. So cast members will be on 24/7 surveillance, responsible for their own safety, required to work an hourly wage job. And the rules are, if you get fired from your job, you get kicked out of the house. Wearing a mic at all times, required to participate in weekly videotaped confessionals, and then electronics. No cell phones, personal computers, or tablets allowed. There'll be a phone in each room for the use of the house landline, as in one house landline. The house also includes one desktop computer equipped for internet use, except social media. So basically one phone line, one computer, no social media, no personal phones, on 24/7 surveillance, wearing a mic at all times, responsible for their own safety. They have to show up to work and work their job. Okay. So then here's the candidates. So we have right now, we've got equal men and women, if you will, or male, female, however you want, but we're going to do the vote here in a second. So why is Bryan? Yeah. So why didn't I include Bryan? So I tried to include people. There's a reason why. So just like in the show, right? Like basically these people all have big personalities, and we know more about them, like in terms of like what their voice sounds like when they talk, even, right? Or how they interact with others. Like, so I tried to pick, let me go back to the first thing. I tried to pick people that not just are funny on their own, but it would be like funny interactions. So yeah. So we got Dick Harpootlian, got P. Diddy, got Alex Murdaugh, we got Chad Daybell, Judge Belvin, we got Lolly, got Ezra McCandless, Casey Anthony, Lori Vallow, Amber Heard, Elaine, Sarah Boone. And yes, there are some attorneys and there are some judges because again, I thought it would make for better. Well, again, we don't want them to all immediately kill each other, right? So I thought it would be really funny and actually make it even more. Again, I'm trying to imagine like, what if this is a real show, right? I have a vivid imagination. So it's like, it would be way funnier too if you've got the other added dynamic, right? So when you add in, okay. So wait, where did it go? Okay. So Turtle Boy, Dale Brooks, Luigi Mangione. Now, this was a suggestion from one of our squirrel friends, shout out to DSN, who said you need to have somebody who's like the young heartthrob or whatever, and suggested Luigi. So that's why, again, we don't know much about, well, we know things. Again, if you think about like Bryan Kohberger or like everybody else that's on here, right? Like they have these are defendants that took the stand. These, in other words, just am I making sense, y'all? Like, because I'm not counting like people like sleuthing information. I'm talking about like, has this person like, interacted with the world, Anyway, so but again, I took that advice. We need to have the young heartthrob or whatever. Then we have Brian Steele, Cousin Eddie, that's from Murdaugh, right? Alec Baldwin, Carrie Morrissey, Judge A, Judge Bev, Gwyneth Paltrow, Wendy Adelson, and Taylor Schabusiness, because again, that would add a bit of chaos into the scene. And so you've got a number of celebrities, right? You got P. Diddy, you got Alec Baldwin, you got Gwyneth Paltrow, you got Amber Heard, right? So again, thinking of like the combo. So you might, when you're voting, don't just think for a person you think, oh, that would be fine. Think about the combinations, because that's how you guys are going to vote in a second. Because, and even things like defense attorneys and judges butting heads, right? You guys see where I picked this. So hopefully that makes sense as to why, for example, Bryan Kohberger, I wouldn't really know what to expect in terms of, does that make sense at all? Like, and again, this is supposed to be funny too. So, are you talking about me? And I don't know. Let me see here. So That's right. One phone per house. Exactly. They're going to fight over the phone. They're going to fight over the computer. This might be when one of the judges steps in, right? Is one of the judges going to step in and say, okay, we're going to make this fair. Everybody gets exactly 10 minutes, right? You can picture how all this would go, where it's way funnier if you add in like defense attorneys and judges versus just only the, the people, suspects or defendants. What, some of these are from civil cases, but but hopefully that makes sense as to why Bryan's not on the list. And again, Luigi's only on there because again of the suggestion. Otherwise, who did I have on there? He had to replace somebody. I had he replaced, I think it was another defense attorney. I can't remember now. He replaced another, I think it was another attorney though, when DSN made that suggestion. So no. The left and the right is just male and female. Left and right is male and female. So the rules that I had laid out initially when I went to start this whole thing was that as far as the participants, they have to have been either an official suspect in a case or more so, as in they're at least a suspect in terms of criminal, right? They're at least a suspect, or they've already been tried. Maybe they've been acquitted or they've been convicted. Either way, at the minimum, a suspect, right? Charged with a crime. And then for civil, they have to have been either a plaintiff or a defendant in a civil suit. Because obviously civil, you're not charged with the crime, right? So well, that's good. Yeah. You didn't even that you didn't notice. So men and women, yeah. So because again, like in the real world, right? I think they have an equal number of men and women typically. So and we have to have a way to whittle it down. So we're going to vote here in just a second. So again, let's just take another look at group 2. Trippy video effects going on. Okay. Turtle Boy. Like, again, Turtle Boy and Judge Bev would be, but even just if you think about the celebrities, right? They would be butting heads, those big personalities. I mean, so here's how we're going to do it. So now we're going to get ready to vote. Okay, get ready. So here's how it's going to work. Let me go back to group 1. All right, here's how it's going to work. So it's going to be batches, guys. You guys ready? Yay! Okay, so, oh, hi, Top Cat. Happy you're here. Okay. So we're going to start with on the left. So right now, how it's going to work is you're going to have 6 names, okay? And each person is going to get to put in the chat. You don't have to, but this is if you want to vote. And you're going to get to put 3 numbers. So out of 6, you get to pick 3. So we've got numbers 1 through 6. So for example, let's say you want to pick P. Diddy, Alex Murdaugh, and Lolly. You would put in the chat 2, 3, 6 and just separate them by commas, right? And then, so again, right now it's only on the left, just those dudes, those 6 dudes, okay? And then I'm going to tally it up. So you guys can start voting if you're ready, but and I'll go up. So we've got number 1 is Dick Harpootlian, Alex is defense attorney. 2 is P. Diddy. 3 is Alex Murdaugh. 4 is Chad Daybell. 5 is Judge Belvin. He's the judge from the Casey Anthony trial. And then 6 is Lolly. He needs no introduction. So that's your first 6. So you get to pick 3 out of 6. And I will tally it up. And the reason we're going 1 at a time is or 1 at a time is because it would be confusing otherwise, because I've numbered each batch 1 through 6 to make it simple. So, so put it in the chat if you want to vote. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Who are you guys gonna pick? Thank you, Top Cat. All right. So I'm gonna start right. Thank you, Top Cat, for your vote. 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Start tallying these up as the votes come rolling in. That's correct. 1 through 6 on the left, right? Because that's why there's a dividing line. See that line in the middle, zigzag, to make it, I tried to make it colorful and fun. So on the left, 1 through 6, because we're going to do the ladies next. So on the left, 1 through 6, correct. Okay. So thank you, Victorine, for your vote. So same vote. That interesting. Same as Top Cat. Okay. Same Heather, same. Interesting, you guys. Okay. So we have 3 votes for P. Diddy, 3 votes for Alex Murdaugh, and 3 votes for Chad Daybell. Awesome. Thanks, guys. You guys are all on the same wavelength. Amazing. Thank you, Wake and Yan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for your vote. Appreciate it. I do agree. They are. I mean, even right there, just the 3 of them in a house and have to make it perform. I mean, it would already be interesting, right? But, this is why, and you can really picture it again. Remember, this house that y'all are looking at is the actual house. So like, this is like real. This is like reality, right? Like you can picture them sitting on that couch, eating at that little table, fighting over the food, fighting over the phone, fighting over the computer, and many other things, I'm sure. Oh my God, what a great point. Heather says, imagine Daybell, he'll be giving people a number. Oh my God, amazing. Yes. Yes, y'all, I welcome y'all's imagination. This is why I wanted to do this, because that's freaking hilarious, right? Daybell will be giving everyone a number. Amazing, right? Amazing. Yes. See? Great. That's good shit right there. That's good. This would be a great show, right? Oh my God. Dig a hole, right? Oh my God. And meanwhile, P. Diddy, do you think P. Diddy's going to bring baby oil? Oh my God. The other thing that's funny, right? It works out for him though, because they're on 24/7 surveillance. So he doesn't have to worry about the kinky shit being on camera. Lori would leave Chad for Diddy. Love it. Okay. Speaking of which, all right. Thank you for those of you who voted. If you still haven't voted and you want to, just let me know that you're voting with the dudes, because we're going to move on to the ladies. To the ladies. All right. Again, it's going to be numbers 1 through 6. So let's go through it. Ezra McCandless, Casey Anthony, Lori Vallow, Amber Heard, Elaine, and Sarah Boone. If you feel like this is a tough one, you're not alone. I'm glad I'm not having to vote. Yeah. So, and thank you. Anybody who doesn't know who the women are, thank you. Let me know. And who don't you know who they are? I will, actually, I guess I could just go through as you guys are voting and go through them all anyway. So Ezra McCandless. I covered her trial gavel to gavel because it's another really interesting case. I've got a short little clip from the CourtTV trailer. This will introduce you to Ezra McCandless. And it's like, I don't know, 15 seconds. So I'll play this for you guys. And then you guys will see, for those of you who don't know who she is, this will give you a good idea. So where is it? So again, this is the CourtTV trailer. You know how they do those things. There it is.
He was seeing someone who was identifying as a male.
Ezra McCandless had changed her name from Monica to Ezra. She is standing trial for stabbing one of her lovers to death. Was this murder?
She fought to survive.
How many stab wounds are too much for self-defense?
Her wounds could have been self-inflicted.
This case is about a twisted form of love.
So the rundown, 20 years old. She was 20 years old. Previously, she'd also identified as male, as you saw in the clip, right? She had identified as male, but was 20 years old when she stabbed, and I say she because at the time of the murder, she was identifying as female, stabbed one of her lovers 16 times. And, you know, her at trial, she did, claimed self-defense. And as any great defendant, does, when I say great, I mean great to watch, right? Took the stand, was on the stand for fucking ever. And this is her, of all the little funny things we have, this is her spirit animal, her spirit hybrid animal. So Alex is a shrimp weasel. Ezra's a shark weasel. That's the hipster shark weasel, because she was like super hipster. In the picture, they have her dressed all demure, but like she was a fucking hip. Like this was a hipster trial. Like this was a hipster in Wisconsin. I mean, and if you see her glasses in the picture too, like, see glasses. So that's Ezra. I imagine Casey Anthony needs no introduction. Stevie, we are voting for the Real World True Crime Edition. Happy to see you again, though. And so if you want to vote for the men, they're number 1 through 6 on the left. Put your vote in the chat. You get to pick 3. So right now, everybody that voted so far voted for 2, 3, and 4. So P. Diddy, Alex Murdaugh, and Chad Daybell, because we're winnowing it down because we got 24 contestants. We got to get it to 12. So out of 6, you get to pick 3. And so same for the ladies. And so I was just introducing Ezra McCandless. And again, I don't think Casey Anthony needs any introduction. I doubt Lori Vallow needs any introduction, hopefully. So changing her name to Ezra also. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yep. Yeah. She, that was not her actual name. She changed it to Ezra. There's a lot more. She's one of the most interesting of all the, yeah. Anyway, that's why I covered it. But, that was just, thank you. Yes. And so then we have Amber Heard. I also would imagine needs no introduction. And then Wakenyan said he didn't know who else. If I had to try to guess who the other person, he said there were 2 women, he didn't know who they were. But I had to guess who was the other one. It was probably Elaine, right? Elaine was Amber Heard's attorney. Now, Elaine put what if any on the map as being the worst. Like she was saying what if any or what if anything, and it was like driving everybody crazy. Her spirit hybrid animal is an ostrich. And here she's being chased by the lolly bird. Because when also another funny thing we've talked about before is like imagining Elaine and Lolly and if they were like lovers or whatever. And because of this, we thought it was bad with Elaine, and then Lolly came around and blew it out of the water. But Elaine put what if anything on the map, and also was Amber's attorney and had a lot of things about her that were just annoying and funny, annoying kind of thing. So if you're talking about Ezra still identifies as female. But when identified, I mean, you know, like, for example, when all of her friends took the stand, they still called her they because that was what they were used to saying. They were used to saying they because I guess gender fluid, right? And when Ezra took the stand, she said, I was always gender fluid, but now I tend to lean more towards my feminine side is what she said on the stand. Yeah. So, all right. So we've got some women votes. Excellent. 236. Thank you. Let me get this going. So here we go. And we got 246. Excellent. Okay, so I'm tallying these up. You can't vote for all 6. So far we've got 2 votes for Casey Anthony, 1 vote for Lori Vallow, 2 votes for Sarah Boone, 1 vote for Amber Heard. And remember, we have to think about, right? So the dudes, right? The dudes. So far, the votes so far for the dudes, we got P. Diddy, Alex Murdaugh, and Chad Daybell. So you can keep that in mind when you're thinking about the ladies. And then again, Heather, I love the imagination. Chad's going to be giving everyone a rating, a number. Lori's going to be convincing them to let her have her own podcast. Oh my God. Ezra, here's what I like. Ezra, I know most of you guys are not as familiar with her, but Ezra would be it's so funny. I don't care who ends up being picked. If Ezra is in this group, she will win. If there's like one person left standing and everyone else is dead, they've all killed each other, or they ran out of, or they, for whatever, like she would win. Of all these people, and I know many of them are master manipulators, Ezra takes the prize in my view, having studied the fuck out of that case. Ezra would win. She would win. She would manipulate the fuck out of everybody. These people on group 1 and group 2, all of them, they would be like, wow, we hadn't seen anything yet. I don't care who, like, that's Ezra for you. If you want to know what Ezra's like, that's Ezra. Ezra takes it to, I was going to say another level, but that's an understatement. With the manipulation and the gaslighting, it is unparalleled. Really, it's insane. She would win. She would be the last person standing if she gets in. So, okay. Thank you. 346. So, okay. So now we got 2 votes for Lori, 3 votes for Sarah Boone, 2 for Amber Heard, 2 for Casey Anthony. Hi, Kat Randall. I know, right? It is going to be unhinged. So we had a clear winner for group 1 for the dudes. For the ladies so far, Sarah Boone is in the lead, but then we have a three-way tie. I'm going to need someone help. We've got a three-way tie for Casey Anthony, Lori Vallow, and Amber Heard. So basically, one of them needs to get kicked out because Sarah Boone looks like she's in for sure. But then we need two other ladies, and we have a three-way tie. So Casey Anthony, Lori Vallow, Amber Heard. If it were me, I would go with Lori and Amber Heard. That's who I would go with. So like if I had to be a tiebreaker here. Yeah, Kat was here for the Ezra coverage. So Kat knows Ezra very well. Thank you. 1-3. Thank you. So we've got now a vote for Ezra. And then we have another vote for Lori. And a vote for Elaine. Awesome. So that now still puts Sarah Boone and Lori Vallow in the lead. And then a tie between Amber Heard and Casey Anthony. Although I would love to see Ezra make it in, but that's just me. Oh, guys, 145. Thank you. Got to vote for Judge Belvin. Love it. I know his last name is, he's Judge Perry. I call him Judge Belvin just because he's a Judge Belvin to me. So does anyone want to be a tiebreaker though for, we need another vote for either Amber or Lori to, right? Let me make sure I'm counting this correctly. Yeah. No, wait, no, sorry. Lori's in. Sorry. Wait, what am I looking at? Amber or Casey, rather. Sorry. Yeah, Lori's in. Sarah Boone's in. Those two are in for sure. Oh, Diddy's the word, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I'll be the tiebreaker. I'm going to go with Amber Heard over Casey Anthony. So, okay. So now we're on to group 2, guys. Excellent. We're making this happen. All right. Fresh meat. So we're going to do this the same exact way. So we're going to start with the guys on the left. Again, numbers 1 through 6. Guys 1 through 6. All right. Get your votes in, people. We got Turtle Boy, number 1. Daryl Brooks, number 2. Luigi Mangione, number 3. Again, he would be the heartthrob, if you will. Brian Steele, number 4. Cousin Eddie, he's Cousin Eddie from the Murdaugh trial. Number 5, and then Alec Baldwin, number 6. So we're getting some we've already got one we've already got 2 celebrities in the mix from the first batch. Group 1, we got P. Diddy and we got Amber Heard. If you go through people who aren't famous famous due to murder, but famous because of being a celebrity, right? So P. Diddy and Amber Heard. I guess she wasn't really famous, but whatever. She would call herself a celebrity, I think. So again, adds another edge to it. Right? That's right. He could wire that. And again, they will be on 20. For those of you who are, I know Stevie, you might have missed them. They will be on 24/7 surveillance. Let's review the rules again too for anyone who came in later. So the rules, where did it go? Cast members will be on 24/7 surveillance, responsible for their own safety, required to work an hourly wage job, wearing a mic at all times, required to participate in weekly videotaped confessionals, no cell phones, personal computers, or tablets. There's going to be 1 house phone, it's a landline, 1 computer, no social media, and they have to live in this house for 4 months. So, okay, so now let me get my tallies going here. Thanks for y'all's votes. Okay, so we've got 3, 4, 6. Thanks, guys. So far I'm going in order here as these. So a vote for Luigi, a vote for Bryan Steele, a vote for Alec Baldwin. And then we got 2, 3, 6. Excellent. And we got another 2, 3, 6. Awesome. We're not, Kat Randall, I know you missed this because you came in later. We're not on the ladies yet. We're on the left. We're on the left. You get 3 picks. So on the left, 1 through 6, these are the dudes. It's men and women, right? On the left, so 1 through 6, you get to pick 3 out of 6. Oh my God, right? Brooks and Boone, right? Exactly, right? Isn't that, imagine. It's, couldn't agree more. Law enforcement needs to do better. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely on that one. Okay, so again, we're on the guys on the left. So far we've got 1 vote for Bryan Steele. We've got 2 votes for Darrell Brooks. And then we have a tie so far with 3 votes each for Luigi Mangione and Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin would be such a drama queen too. It's really, I mean, that's why when we get to the final group, we're going to go and like think about all the crazy dynamics that are going to go on. It's going to be insane. Yeah, Baldwin is left at 6. Yes. Sorry if it's hard to see. But yeah. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't see it. But yeah, Baldwin's down there. So that zigzag line separates the men and the women, right? So Luigi would be telling the camera how much of a hoax the show is. I love this so much. Yeah, we're not on the ladies yet, though, Kat. I know you missed the instructions. We're not on the ladies yet. We're on the. We're gonna do them next. So we are on the dudes on the left, 1 through 6, because we are going in batches. Like, in other words, it's not that you don't. So in other words, you don't have to choose between 2 number 6s, right? A man and a woman. That's not. We're not comparing men to women. We're comparing men to men, and then after that, women to women. If that makes sense, maybe that will help. So the numbers are just so there's a voting system. Because I was like, how am I going to do this? I need to have numbers so that you guys can vote, right? That's what the numbers are for. So men, we're comparing. So your choices right now, again, you got Turtle Boy, Darrell Brooks, Luigi Mangione, Bryan Steele, Cousin Eddie, and Alec Baldwin. And out of those 6, you get to pick 3. Each person gets to pick 3. Okay, got another vote for Darrell Brooks. Awesome. So right now we have a 3-way tie which is fine because again, there's going to be 3 winners, right? So Darrell Brooks, Luigi Mangione, and Alec Baldwin. It looks like those are the clear front runners. So I think we got a winner there. So we got Darrell, Luigi, and Alec. So right now, before we go on to our last batch, let's review who we have so far, because this is going to get our final 12. So basically, what have we got so far? So far, we've got our 9 out of 12, okay? So let's picture the house. 9 out of 12, we get 3 more. So far, here's who's going to be in the cast, right? We're going to have P. Diddy, Alex Murdaugh, Chad Daybell, Amber Heard, Lori Vallow, Sarah Boone, Darrell Brooks, Luigi Mangione, Alec Baldwin, and we got 3 slots left. So that brings us to group 2, the ladies. And again, same way, numbers 1 through 6. So each person gets to pick 3 people. Number 1, Carrie Morrissey. Number 2, Judge A. Number 3, Judge Bev. Number 4, Gwyneth Paltrow. And for anyone who's like, why is she on there? She had that trial, civil trial, right? With the ski crash thing, which I watched that back in the day, and it was interesting. So I thought she'd be an interesting, her vibe is very different than everybody else in this entire thing, I would say. And even the picture says it all, right? And then 5, Wendy Adelson. 6, Taylor Schabusiness. Just again, that's your chaos. Like that, like the picture though, like, right? You see what I mean? So I was like, I'm gonna throw her in. So Carrie Morrissey, Judge A, Judge Bev, Gwyneth Paltrow. She would be very annoyed. Like, I don't know. I don't think you can voluntarily leave. I think the rules are you just get kicked out, right? But like she would, it's funny to imagine what she would be like in this situation. And then Wendy Adelson, Taylor. So let's see if y'all's votes are coming on in. Thank you, Victorine 124. Exactly. That's right. Thank you. Yes, a good mix of narcissists and pushovers. Right. That's, again, for anyone who came in later, that's also why we've got defense attorneys and a couple judges as well, right? Again, we want it to be an interesting show, but we want them to live long enough to where there's some, they don't just kill each other on the first day. That wouldn't be very exciting, right? But it's exactly right. This, y'all, I love that some of you guys are really envisioning the reason why I wanted to do this, right? Because it is really funny and you can really kind of picture it, right? And it's going to be I wish it could happen. You know what I mean? But we just have to use our imagination. Wendy would be writing a book. Oh my God. And claiming it's authored by Glenn. Yes. 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 Love it. Top Cat. Thank you. $574. Thank you. Wait, 7. There's no 7. Uh-oh. There's no 7. So maybe redo yours, Victorine, because there's no 7. So Kat wants Taylor Schabusiness in. Okay, you get 3 picks though, Kat. But yes, that's Taylor Schabusiness. She, y'all, how do we explain this? She murdered her friend, although they were having sex, in a very awful way, and then she chopped off his head and put it in a bucket. And she also did terrible SA type acts to his corpse. And she confessed to the whole thing immediately on camera. You can watch it. She's yeah. Thank you for your vote, Kane. 356. Excellent. Now this is a close one. Oh, you meant 546. Okay. We got another 356. Yeah, thank you. Heather, she also took pieces of home. Yep. The mother found the head in the bucket. I can't even. 246, thank you for your vote. Democracy at work here. Awesome. So far, we've got a front runner with Schabusiness. Yeah, right? Yeah, this is gonna, remember, one of the rules was everyone's responsible for their own safety. Damn. All right, we got second place, a clear second place here with Wendy Adelson. So they are definitely both in. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Taylor and Wendy for sure. And then we've got close calls here with Gwyneth Paltrow, Judge A, Judge Bev, and Carrie Moore. The other 4 literally are all, actually, Gwyneth Paltrow has 1 more vote. The rest are all tied. So interesting. Yeah. Can you imagine Gwyneth Paltrow and Schabusiness? Just that right there again. So funny. Love it. Yeah. Wendy's in, Schabusiness is in. If nobody else votes, then it looks like we've got our picks. It looks like it would be Gwyneth. Guys, I think, have we done it? Have we done it? So what I'm going to do is the next thing we will do is, so like, I have to make it, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to make for like, I don't know, an upcoming live, not tonight, but like tomorrow. I'll make the house with all the final 12 so we can see them all together on one screen. But for right now, I will name them. Here are our winners. We've got P. Diddy, Alex Murdaugh, Chad Daybell, Amber Heard, Lori Vallow, Sarah Boone. This is awesome. Daryl Brooks, Luigi Mangione, Alec Baldwin, Taylor Schabusiness, Wendy Edelson, and Gwyneth Paltrow. Oh my God. Amazing. You know what I have to say? I agree with this squirrel. I would not want to be in this house. Yay! Yay, everybody. Thank you so much for voting. Awesome. Love it. Yeah, that was fun. Awesome. So yeah, we will follow up with a finalized group so you guys can have a visual, right? We can go through different scenarios. But what I'm going to do now is we are going to end this stream, and it should redirect you guys into the next stream. For those of you guys who want to join us, we are going to be watching Katie Magbanwa's Proffers. So that's the Edelson case. Speaking of Wendy Edelson, we're going to be watching Katie Magbanwa's Proffers. You know, she was the middle lady, as it were. And for anyone who didn't hear the good news and is following Shannon Gardner, today I found the 250-page ATF report. So I have that, and we're going to cover that soon. So yay, yay. And what's funny is I found that right after I found the cell tower mappy thing. So that was like, what? That's right. That, yeah, everyone in that house could never carry life insurance. There's a lot of things they couldn't carry, if you guys know what I mean. Imagine the sexual tension between, right? Great point, Stevie B, between Puff and Schabusiness. Yes, this is what I'm saying. I wish there's a way we could, like, if I knew how to animate it, we could make like an animated one. I don't know. I'm like, I really want to, I love it. I love the imagination because it really would be, it would be the best show of all time. Like it would be a binge watch scenario, right? Like if it came out all at once, it'd be like, oh my God. Can you imagine 5 minutes in? Wow. 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 And if you imagine too, like if you imagine that for the show, they're all strangers, how would they introduce themselves? How many of them would introduce themselves as somebody else? Entirely possible. Incredible. Good stuff. Well, yeah. And again, this picture is from Real World Atlanta, but yeah, where would it be? In the center of the Cali fires is the safest place. That's hilarious. That's freaking hilarious, right? Oh my God. That's really funny. That's so funny. I mean, and look at all the weapons available. You got stools, you've got tons of glass, you've got like metal. People might be doing some funny shit with those plants. Who knows, right? We got some bicycles. Oh my God. Chad introduces himself as Storm. Oh my God. Oh, I have a thing for him too, by the way, a command. And you know what? By the way, just to reiterate, both Chad and Lori made it in. So that's a whole thing. Both Chad and Lori made it in. Are they going to be fucking each other? Are they going to be meeting in portals? What are they going to be doing? Here's Chad's command. We got a potato because he's a potato. We got a bell, church, grave, book, and storm. Oh, and then there's a door as well for portal. That's all. That's it. Wow, that was a good that's a good summary right there, isn't it? Lori's nickname was wasn't it Lily? Wait, was it Lily? I think maybe it was Lily. Well, Casey didn't get enough votes. It was close, and that might have been before you joined. It was close, but it ended up having to be between her and Amber Heard, is what it was. Now remember, this is season 1. Keep that in mind, guys. This is season 1. There will be a season 2 for sure, because you guys know this is going to be the next hit show. There will be a season 2. So everyone who didn't make it in season 1, they might be making an appearance for season 2, guys, and you can vote for them then. Children would never be safe. No children. I mean, men. No, no one will be safe there. They aren't safe there. Nobody is safe. I mean, your best bet would be to try to hide somewhere, but I don't think that would last very long. I mean, the Squinguin's like, no, I don't want to, I don't feel safe here. So yeah, and actually it's funny because in this animation part here, there's like there's like a fiery thing. I did like a little where is it? Hold on. The music, it lines up with the music. Hang on. Here we go. That was supposed to be like an explosion, right? That was what I did there to make it like, you know, like it's a bomb's going off in the house. Possible.
It's a house.
Oh, right. Yeah. Of course I include, right. I always throw that in whenever I can because it's so funny, but like also it was great because here it's a house. Again, Alex Murdaugh on his 911 call for the win. It's y'all. Oh my God. By the way, you know what's funny? So I didn't make this Squinguin. Like, actually, I can't change the pineapple. So here's the story behind Squinguin real quick. So the Squinguin, so when I was in college and I was a freshman in college, I had a boyfriend, shout out to Corbin Line Barrier, who was good at a lot of things, but he also could do like graphic design and stuff. And like back then, there wasn't like programs that made it easy, like the way there are now, you know, like to where even I can use them to make thumbnails and whatever, right? So anyway, so this was like a big deal. Like, so because, you know, obviously squirrels, but like one of my other favorite animals are penguins, right? And so I'd always imagined a Squinguin, but like I didn't have a visual for it, you know, just in my head. And then I love pineapple. I think they're cute and it's like my favorite fruit. So anyway, so instead of like an acorn, right? So he made me this Squinguin. And if you look at the feet are penguin feet, by the way. The feet are penguin feet. And then you got the arms and the head. So he made this Squinguin. And this Squinguin is exactly the way it was as he made it. And it's really funny because this has lasted. I used to have like a paper copy of it. And then I had it on back then it would have been on a camera. I don't even know. It's amazing though that all these years, like I still have like the digital file of this basically was what is crazy, right? Like, you know, and it's really funny because it was just the first thing I thought of when I was like, oh, you know, like I need like a, you know, to have like a little mascot. And as if you guys can see it's in the top right corner as well. But like it's the Squinguin, you know, and it's just so cute. But yeah, anyway, so shout out to Corbin Line Barrier because this Squinguin lives on, you know, and is here for every thumbnail, you know, and with every video, and is like, you know, the mascot. So yeah. The house would be swinging. Shit would be freaky. It would be very freaky. It would freak off, right? Yeah, Schabusiness, y'all. I mean, right there, that's another thing I didn't even think of. There's an incentive to kill for Schabusiness, right? Because she wants to have sex with a dead you know, a body part from a dead person, a corpse. So like, that would be tough. She might be the one you have to worry about the most, or like, or at least especially early on. Like once they meet her and they're like, oh shit, like she has an incentive to like kill us right away, and then she can bring that into her P. Diddy Freakoff sessions. Oh my god. But that's like a completely different incentive to murder, right? Than what the rest of them have, which is really funny. I mean, do Squinguins really exist? Because if so, I want to go there. I'm not talking about you. Did I say cat? If I did, it was probably the animal. There's also Top Cat. We have lots of cats. There's also M Cat who's here sometimes too. Because I thought it'd be really funny. I don't think the three of you guys have been in the chat at the same time, but if you, then we would have 3 cats in the chat. Oh no, Corbin Line Barrier, who made the photo for me. Hi Jeff. Hey, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I'm glad you're here. Oh my god. I totally forgot to follow up on the dad trash, didn't I? Fuck. Jeff brought me back down to reality from this fun / scary situation. I was totally supposed to follow up with all the dad trash. Oh boy. I don't even know if that's what you're referencing, but that reminded me. That's really funny. Yeah, Kate, thank you. We are talking about squinguins. On point. On point. Yes, you're way back. That's funny. Well, this was planned. This was planned because I've been talking about this. So, by the way, shout out to Heather. This was Heather's idea before. It was between Christmas and New Year's, right? Heather had this idea. I think it was when we did the stream with like Wendy Adelson's interrogation, and that's when we met Glenn. And so I think it was that stream. And she posed the idea, like, what if there was like a real world true crime, something along those lines, right? That's where the idea was born. And then I was like, well, that's going to now be a thing because that's how I roll. So literally, then I got sick and had laryngitis, and I made all these visuals, right? And came up with the idea. And then the plan was to do this for the New Year's Eve squirrel party. But again, I had laryngitis, right? The plan was to do this on the New Year's. And then I got my voice back, and then I forgot. And that's why tonight I was like, wait, we were supposed to do this, and we're going to do this now. So that's what happened. But this was planned, basically. This was a planned, obviously, because these exhibitees don't make themselves, obviously. So Cat was having cat nap. So yes. So, we do love our squirrel tangents. So, shall we follow back up with the trash? Let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me share the right thing. Hold on. Jeff brought us back to reality. Thank you, Jeff. Let me find it. We had a really long and awesome whole thing with cell phones. And by the way, for anyone who has never is new or has never seen replay, I do really, really detailed timestamps. And so for anyone who, just throwing that out there, for anyone who wants to like find specific things, they're insanely detailed. It's just I can't do it any other way. Okay, so now let me. Oh, I had another thing too. That's right. Okay, so first of all, Top Cat asked a great question on one of the recent live streams. And again, I always close the loop. And she asked about dismissing the indictment, okay, for Bryan Kohberger. We're back to Bryan Kohberger. We're back to reality. Jeff brought us back to reality. So so dismissing the indictment for Bryan Kohberger. And I thought, and at the time I was like, God, I feel like I can't remember when that happened and what the circumstances were. And so then, of course, closing the loop on this. So first things first. In Idaho, when can you make the motion to dismiss an indictment? Let's start there. All right. A motion to dismiss the indictment may be granted by the district court on any of the following grounds. A valid challenge to the array of grand jurors. Now, remember, this was coming up in the context of the IGG and all that, right? So let's see. So we've got a valid challenge to the array of grand jurors, a valid challenge to an individual juror who served on the grand jury that found the indictment, so more things related to the grand jury, right? That the charge in the indictment was previously submitted to a magistrate at preliminary hearing and dismissed for lack of probable cause. So if somebody just said there wasn't probable cause. And then the last option, that the indictment was not properly found, endorsed, and presented as required by these rules, which is basically what it just said. So essentially, it's pretty narrow, right? Basically dealing with the grand jury with the exception of bullet point number 3. So think about it, right? If you can't meet one of those to dismiss the indictment, then what you might be working with is motions to suppress. So went back through. Yes, there was a and again, there's been so many filings. There was a motion to dismiss this indictment in Bryan Kohberger's case. Let's take a look now that we know what the rules are. Oh, and what did we just, there it is, grand jury. Makes sense, right? And it's funny because now y'all are gonna be like, oh yeah, because grand juries come up a lot, right, in this entire thing. So motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct. Oh, throwing that in. And withholding exculpatory evidence. Now, this was filed August 23rd, 2023, which incidentally, is that not the exact same day, though, as the IGG hearings? I think it is. But as I was reading this title, I was like, whenever this was filed, this was before I was covering this case because I would have remembered this. And sure enough, it was, because I started covering this in April or May of 2024. Again, I was, of course, as y'all know, I was following it since the homicides happened, but covering it. So in other words, I hadn't read this out loud, right? So, so this is the first time I'm reading this out loud because it was from August of 2023. No eating squinguins, not allowed. No eating squinguins. If you try to bite into a squinguin, it's just going to be filled with like confetti. So it's not going to be very tasty, but it will be cute. A lack of probable cause. Right. So yeah, I mean, dismissed for lack of probable cause, right? Which didn't happen here. So obviously, as you guys know. So, okay, so let's take a look at this. So it's only 2 pages. So comes now. This motion is based on the state's various violations during the grand jury pursuant to Idaho Code, blah, 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 and other blah, blah, blahs. Oh, and then Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, 403, 404, 404B. We know those well. We know a lot of these well. Just all the rules pretty much for the most part. And prosecutor misconduct pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 6.1B1. And then there is a full memorandum with attachments and how much you want to bet that is under seal, or I would have pulled that up. Because like everything, right? Fuck, you know, because here's the thing. This is actually interesting. So in this memorandum would have been, and again, the same date, right, as the IGG hearing. In this memorandum would have been, the thing that caught my attention initially here, right, the most is the prosecutorial misconduct and withholding exculpatory evidence. And all of that, those allegations would have been outlined in this memorandum. Fucking hell. Why can't they give us anything? No, you can ask more than once. You can ask more than once. Yep. I mean, they're not. Stevie's asking. The thing is this. Judge Hippler still hasn't ruled. Let's just refresh everyone's memory. Because I mentioned this the other day, and this is crazy, right? Check it out. So the motion for a Franks, let's pull this up. The motion for the Franks. Check it out. (11/22/2024). Okay. So I don't know if you can see my mouse, but here it is. Wait, no, sorry. That's the order. Hold on. We need to go back further. Eek. Sorry. Hold on. There it is. 11/14/2024, right here. So there's the motion for the Franks hearing, right? Now, what do we expect after? We expect an objection from the state, right? We have that. But what we got also, as far as from the judge, right? The only thing we got from the judge that in reference to the Franks motion was this from 11/22. And this is the order where he basically tells them, like, you guys know what that is, right? Like, you got to tell me which page to look at for your shit. Okay. After this, that's it. It's crickets, right? That's what I'm saying. It's crickets. So what do I mean? Judge Hippler has not ruled even that he will be granting that. I mean, I think he will grant it, but the ruling hasn't even come out, let alone scheduling the hearing. And again, the most recent thing is still, you know, I refresh this all the time, as y'all know, but like, this is the most recent thing. And it's this one where Judge Hippler made me so sad. And again, the ominous part was the what if any. That's when, you know, again, speaking of Elaine and Lolly, right? What portions, if any, and under what circumstances should the various motions coming right up on the 23rd and 24th be open to the public, right? Fucking hell. So, and again, if he had ruled on the Franks motion, I guess one could say, well, maybe they are going to have that during, but he's not ruled on it yet. That's the thing. He's not ruled on it. So interesting. Franks is not happening unless he rules on it tomorrow, right? Like orally, because remember tomorrow's the sealed hearing. unless he rules, but there's no way. I mean, there would be a written, even if tomorrow at the sealed hearing, if he does rule on it orally, there will be a written order and it will be on the docket and I will go live and we'll cover it. Right. So unless it happens, to my point is this, unless it happens tomorrow, it's not there. There's no Franks happening during these hearings on the 23rd and potentially 24th. I think that the Franks is going to be a whole separate thing. And the other thing too, now we have to remember there's the whole thing too about like the motion to unseal the IGG, and the Franks is all IGG. So like while he hadn't ruled on the Franks anyway, now there's this whole other step backwards of like, I mean, not step back. Well, in other words, they're all intertwined, right? Like the priority now is going to be making this ruling as to the motion to unseal the IGG stuff. But anyway, yeah. So but my thought anyway, even before now, was like the Franks was going to be separate because I figured it's going to be it's going to be big. I feel like it's going to be big. And I feel like it's going to have to be its own separate thing. That was my like thought when it first came out. So, yeah. No, right. Correct. It doesn't. Right. It doesn't necessarily dismiss the case. Did someone say it dismisses the case? I don't know if somebody said that, but yeah, no, it doesn't dismiss the case. And the thing is like, depending on which case it is, right? The Franks might not, if they have a Franks hearing, it may not be as big of a deal. Like, because again, it's like, there's going to be a piece of evidence, right? Or like the search warrant. And then anything that's the fruit of the poisonous tree from that search warrant. But let's just say that there's a case where the item in the search warrant is, I don't know. Let's just say something that's not really all that important, right? And like the things there weren't that many things resulted from it. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is this, is that in this particular case, the stakes are way higher than maybe what it even is in other cases, because literally case goes bye-bye, like, it wouldn't be Judge Hippler dismissing the indictment. It would just be the prosecution can't. I mean, they don't have a case anymore, right? I don't even know what to call that. Like, they would have to drop the charges. I mean, in other words, it wouldn't come from Judge Hippler. It would come from Santa. Like, if all of their evidence is fruit of the poisonous tree, they don't have anything, right? So, I mean, and remember, at the very beginning of this live stream, guys, we watched that little clip of John Pryor. Because let's watch it again. It'll just be a second, because a lot of you guys weren't here, but I want to watch it again anyway, now that we're back to this, because remember, like we were saying before, there's like the two layers, right? Of like, did they use backdoor? Was there backdoor going on, with the law enforcement, right? To get the databases. And then the second thing is, was there a direct match? And so the question posed to John Pryor, is only the first part. But you guys, if you didn't hear his answer, let me pull it up real quick. Give me just a second. Okay, here we go. So we'll just watch a little second of this. So it's...
Please. This was a real life soap opera. And I said, OJ, everybody thinks you're guilty.
This was from earlier tonight, by the way.
For certain. Another critical piece of information that you learned today, Judge, is that law enforcement may or may not have used databases that they had the right to access. We don't know.
So this is where the defense appears to be going when it comes to the DNA, is that they're saying they may have used data that they're not permitted to use to tie this defendant and to arrest this defendant and to tie him to the knife sheath, the DNA that was found on the snap on the knife sheath. They may have used data that they weren't supposed to use. They want it all revealed. And ultimately what they want is they want the DNA suppressed, not admissible, which brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, what happens if the DNA is?
So I'm gonna pause. So Stevie B, that is a logical point, right? There's a logical point that, like, why bother with all these motions to suppress when those would all be out anyway if, you know, the Franks thing goes through and all that, and that is successful, right? It's a good point, like in terms of just logically, but that doesn't. I get it, and yeah, that's true, but that is not what they're doing. That's just not what's happening. That's just not what's happening. I mean, do they always do things the most logical or expeditious or time efficient or cost effective way? No. You know, it's the court system. And the thing is, too, there could be other things that are delaying it that we don't know about because everything is sealed, right? Like all the stuff that was in the memorandums and all that. Like it could be that we just don't know. There could be other things that are delaying that maybe Judge Hippler would have preferred it that way. We just don't know. And then maybe that would also explain too why he hasn't ruled on it yet, right? If there's something that's delaying it, like they're still trying to get a record from somewhere, I don't know, because we can't see it, right? But it's odd that he hasn't ruled on it yet, right? On just if they're going to have the hearing, it's odd that so there it does, and of course, but seeing that the Franks, it's all IGG related, right? It's like we've got the hearings for the motions to suppress, right? Obviously, as y'all know, but like when it's related to IGG, which is the Franks, you know. He can't even grant the hearing yet. So, yeah. Okay, so let me go to the part, though, that was what I was going to get to, which is this part. Hold on, let me see.
Somehow have a...
Go ahead.
I don't just... So the race against the United States.
The data
here
that they accessed, they're not entitled to access. They somehow.
Well, I agree with David. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if they were able to access something that they weren't supposed to access, so what's the impact of that? Is there an impact on this case?
Well, the impact is that evidence, if they used an inappropriate or were inappropriate in accessing a website, the evidence is excluded. I agree with David. This is still
that's what I wanted to play. The evidence is excluded. So that's what he's saying. Like if they, so again, think about the two prongs, right? Backdooring with like the DNA databases, right? IGG, right? Backdooring. And then the second prong, potential direct match to the defendant who, and in that case, he would have been one of the people he had opted out, right? So, but according to John Pryor, like he's like, it's a no-brainer. Like, let's just listen one more time. That's why I wanted to play this.
Is there an impact on this case?
Well, the impact is that evidence, if they used an inappropriate or were inappropriate in accessing a website, the evidence is excluded.
So the evidence is excluded, and therefore the entire case. This is to get to the heart of that question of like what would happen, right? Because again, it's not going to come from the judge dismissing the indictment, right? But what you have is everything IGG is excluded, but then their case goes poof, right? Like I don't know what to call it because it's like literally everything else would be fruit of the poisonous tree. What would they have? They would have nothing. Again, so that's why I'm like the result would be the state drops the charges. You know what I mean? But let's listen to the very end of this because Venny says something really awesome here at the very end about cameras. So and public hearings.
You know I'm going to be calling on both of you throughout this case. So don't make any plans for late summer, early fall. John Pryor, Dave Leroy, thanks so much. Pre-trial litigation is important. This is the time when the judge makes crucial calls and decisions on what the trial will look like and what evidence the jury will see. But pre-trial hearings are no different than a trial. It's all public. It's a public trial in a public courtroom. There should be no secrets unless it would endanger someone's life. The evidence in the arguments should be unsealed and revealed to the public, just like our founding fathers envisioned. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for the answers.
Fuck yeah.
As the investigation continues.
Fuck yeah, Vinny. Stevie, have you not? I don't think you've watched any of the recent Bryan Kohberger live streams. That I've done anyway. Because I don't even know how I could try. Like, I don't know what to say to that because basically you might want to check out some of the other, like help, somebody help, Heather help. What are the words I'm looking for? Let me go back to where I was here though. So, okay. Yes. So, yeah, we were just talking about the dismissing of the indictment, right? And this is the hearing. Yeah. So, basically, though, I had in the previous live streams, I had a timeline, but we broke down the DNA tree with visual aids, color coded. We went through all this stuff from the states. You know, they had a chart. Anyway, we broke it all down. We put a timeline with it. We went with all the, you know, it's IgG, but it's not IgG because they didn't build a family tree. Essentially, it's like, it's hard to even categorize it because it doesn't fit in any categories, what happened here, in my opinion, based on what we have. Based on what we have, right? It doesn't fit into any categories because, I mean, even from the get-go, when we broke it down, step one, you put the DNA into CODIS. According to the state's own documents, when they had their chart, again, we covered all this with the visuals. I'm not going to pull them all up now, but the state submitted DNA to a private lab, likely Othram, for generating an S&P profile first, before putting the DNA in CODIS. Already right there, that's problems according to literally everything we pulled up on this about how this is supposed to work. That's just for starters. IgG is done usually in a situation where it's a cold case and there's been no other. Anyway, anyway, I'm not going to derail. I would recommend, and again, everything is timestamped. But if you really want to see what I think, you know, with visuals to break it all down clearly, that's there. So, yes. No. Remember the whole thing about opting out, Top Cat? Remember the whole thing about opting out? The people get to choose, right? And the people that choose to opt out, they had that loophole, and the loophole allowed them to see only the people who opted out. They're not supposed to see that. And there was another loophole where they could just create an account as a customer and not a law enforcement officer, and then they see the people who opted out and the opt-in. They see everybody. There were a lot of loopholes, but those were the main two, and we talked about those. We watched those clips again. I think you were here. You were here, Top Cat. And so. Hi, Moonvale. Welcome. I believe you're new here. Awesome. Happy to see you. Welcome to Squirrel Crew. Okay, so now, though, we are going to follow back up as promised on the trash. So a couple words on the dad trash. So where we left off, there's a live stream. I will link it in the description of this video. The previous live stream that was dedicated to the dad trash is called Let's Talk Trash. And we broke it down. It's not very long, you know, uncharacteristic for my live streams, but it's only like an hour or something. But we went through all kinds of stuff. But to summarize some of the things that came out from that, like basically, and again, on that live stream, you'll see the document, you'll see all the things I'm about to mention, right? But basically, one of the challenges was like the way that the location of the trash can is described differently in different documents, even from the defense attorneys. So I had those pulled up on the live stream I was just referencing, where sometimes they say the trash was in the driveway, trash can was in the driveway. Another time they say it's the trash outside of the house. And then I think there's another one that says something about it being closer to the curb. And then of course there's references to the neighbor's trash. So in other words, it's frustrating because the location, there's no consistency about the whereabouts of that trash can. However, if the trash can had been anywhere on the curtilage, I think that we would have, there wouldn't be any questions. Again, that would have been another huge issue. So my thought is that it was definitely not on the curtilage. Curtilage being the property and the surrounding area, as in the yard around your house and any outbuildings, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that where Bryan Kohberger's house is located, it is listed in the documents as a gated community. It doesn't say HOA in the court documents, but with the research that we did, apparently it's also an HOA. Okay, but they don't say that in the court documents. It's subject to a trash, what was it called? A refuse disposal policy or something like that. Again, it's in the live stream about trash. It's subject to a refuse order of some sort, right? And then the research that I did said, and this is one way to verify this, in other words, is if you try to type in the address for the parent's house on Google, it'll do a search, but it won't take you there. It won't appear. It will not take you there because it's a private road. It's on a private road, people, which is the biggest problem of all. It's a private road. And so I learned this when I was trying to find it, and I was like, why can't I find it? And then I did more digging, and then I went into these different real estate websites and blah, blah. And every single thing said it's a private road. As in, I forget what the road is right now, but the road, where is it? 119 Lambsden, right? That is a private road, which means that's the only house on the road. It's a private road. Also, the research that I did showed that the other roads in that neighborhood, community, gated community, whether it's HOA or not, right? They're not all private. Some are public, some are private. So in other words, you can't say all the neighbors, right? To any extent the neighbor's trash comes up. We don't know if the neighbor's trash was a neighbor on a private road or a public road. It could be either. Some are private, some are public. But key thing, Lambsden is private. And then the part that matters about the trash refuse order thing or whatever it was means that they have a private trash service. And that matters, and we're going to talk about why. In other words, it's not the city. Like even logically, right? Why is it not the city? Because the city can't come onto a private road and take your trash. They have a private trash collection company because it's a private road. So that matters, and we're going to talk about why. And by the way, I just want to be clear, because I know with trash, some people say trash DNA isn't DNA. That is not good. Just so it's clear, when I'm talking about dad trash, that's the nickname I have, dad trash DNA, as in they took it from the trash, right? But you guys probably figured that out. So, okay. So, was there anything else I needed to say about that? So, private trash service, private road. Okay. So now, first things first, California v. Greenwood. This is just background, base level here, okay? Outlining the dealio for anyone who isn't familiar, right? So this is basically just the first major Supreme Court ruling that is going to differentiate when trash is public and when it's not, right? So, trash collected, garbage bags left on the curb in front of the house. Did they need a search warrant? Blah, blah. Okay, held. The Fourth Amendment does not prohibit the warrantless search and seizure of garbage left for trash collection outside the curtilage of a home. That's why we just talked about curtilage again to review. Curtilage matters. Since they left their trash for collection in an area particularly suited for public inspection. Now, do you guys remember when we mentioned this the last time? We talked about this. If it's public, that's the test, right? Would the general public be able to access it, right? That's the test. That's where I got this is the case, right? So they claimed their expectation of privacy, blah, blah. But here's what they're saying. So it is common knowledge that plastic garbage bags left along a public street are readily accessible to animals, children, scavengers, snoops, and other members of the public. So that's really the test, right? In other words, is it off of the curtilage? First thing, right? It can't be in the curtilage, or you need a search warrant. But is this in a, so for example, let's just say that you had a bag of trash and it was halfway between your front door and the road, and it was in the middle of your yard. Nope. They would need a search warrant for that, because you should not be expecting the general public. An example I gave last time, people walking their dogs, right? When you imagine people in a neighborhood, people walking their dogs, passersby, would they be, as passersby, would this be they have access to this without trespassing, basically, if that makes sense. So, so that's kind of the test there, right? Now, again, public, keyword, public. So not just public as in people, but public as in, that means public road, right? And public trash service, because that would be a public road. If you're on private property, right? This is what I'm saying. If you're on private property, if it's a private road, you would not reasonably expect the public to be on that road. That would be trespassing, whether they're on your curtilage or not. The road is private, which is why you have to have a private trash collection, right? Does that make sense, guys? So that's the background on this. So now let me pull up the other case law I found that I'd been talking about. That is interesting. What is this? Oh, so I've got two different cases real quick. These are from Pennsylvania, okay? So okay, this case also involves a trash pull by the Pennsylvania State Police from a road near the appellant's residence. The trash pull was conducted, blah, blah, blah. We're getting to the relevant parts here. It was done, here we go. It was done on Pine Street, a road near the appellant's residence that is marked as a private drive. Y'all, on point case law coming in. It was not easy to find. Now, this place, the hauling, that means that was the trash people that were servicing the area, right? They had access. This would be like a private trash, right? Had access to the street. And this trooper rode with the hauling company to collect the trash that had been discarded or abandoned there. The trash had been put out from the house along the roadway. As a result of the trash pull, they found stuff related to marijuana. It doesn't even matter. Following the trash pull, Trooper Schaefer, so in other words, because of what was found in the trash, then they obtained a search warrant for the house, right? They found more things in the house. Criminal charges ensued. Motion to suppress, right? Because of the trash pull, all right? The trial court denied the motions to suppress the trash pull. And then on appeal, whether the trial court erred by denying appellant's motion to suppress with regard to the trash pull. And then that's, again, the only thing relating to trash. Our standard of review in addressing a challenge to the denial of a suppression motion is limited to determining whether a suppression court's factual findings are supported by the record. Wait, let me look. Commonwealth again here. That's not, there doesn't talk about trash in there. So, okay, here we go. Appellant contends that he had an actual or subjective expectation of privacy with respect to the bag searched and seized by Trooper Schaefer, and that his actual and subjective expectation of privacy in the materials located on his property and in the curtilage is one which society is prepared to accept as reasonable. He adds that the bag seized by Trooper Schaefer was neither voluntarily relinquished into the hands of third parties or located in an area sufficiently exposed to the public. Appellant's third issue, okay, we don't need to worry about that. After a thorough review, okay, so I already knew they were going to deny it, but let's see the reasoning here. So in terms of suppressing the trash pull, okay. Where do they talk about that? Wait, did I miss it? Hold on. Hang on. Okay. Here we go. Here's why. Okay. Here it is. So that his argument was that the contract, that he did not have a contract with that particular trash. It's this Bergmeyer thing. I'm just going to call it the trash collection service. Did not have a contract with them. The trash was away from the house along Pine Street, was at the end of a cement driveway on the appellant's property, and was set out in bags as close to the road as possible without blocking traffic. The location of the trash placement does not qualify as curtilage, and hence does not have a heightened expectation of privacy. Other Pine Street property owners had placed their trash alongside the street for collection. Pines, this is the thing. Pine Street, notwithstanding the private drive sign and the fact that the street was not a through street, was not a private road because the sign did not preclude public access. This is why. Here it is. Listen up, guys, if you were like, what's going on? Okay, remember, I knew that, I remembered from when I found this that it was denied, but the reason I wanted to show this is because there's a distinction. Check it out. Here's the distinction. Okay, so again, private road, right? Private road. And here's the things, what it's outlining, what would make it, what else do you also need? The sign did not preclude, there was no sign that precluded public access, but here, it had no gatekeepers, as in a gate. Other residents lived on the street. Again, my research showed that that was where Bryan's parents lived. They're the only house on the road. It's a private road. So in other words, things that would apply in Bryan Kohberger's case, but did not apply here, which is why they denied it, would be the gatekeepers, right? Private community or the HOA, but again, it's a gated community. And then also being the only house on the street. So that would be a matter of distinction. Okay, now there's a second case. Trash pulls in which officers pick up someone's trash and look through it for evidence of criminal activity do not violate the Fourth Amendment when, right, subjective expectation of privacy. Okay, so an important factor in determining whether the person discarding the trash has an objectively reasonable expectation of privacy is whether the trash was left in a place that was readily accessible to the public. Again, a resident of a rural homestead who leaves his or her trash in an area not accessible to the public and within the curtilage of the residence does not lose the expectation of privacy. Now, but that's, again, if it's within the curtilage. But there's more here. So, so in this case, the district court granted the motion to suppress and concluded the officers were not justified here in using the trash. The state claims on appeal, the state is appealing that decision. The state claims on appeal that Hoffman did not or didn't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in trash that he had left for collection by a third party. Hoffman's dumpster is not visible from any public. So he has a dumpster, not a trash can, but Hoffman's dumpster is not visible from any public road. And a visitor must travel a quarter mile on his driveway, a private dirt road. So what we know that it's not going to be a dirt road, I don't think, where Bryan Kohberger's parents live, right? But again, why did I think this was important? Because here, one of the things that they're making a distinction is that it's not just that the road is private, right? But that like you have to actually, it's not like, you know, there's some private roads that are like, again, maybe it's just the house is just set back a little ways or whatever. So they're making a distinction here of like how out of your way would you have to go to where it wouldn't be reasonable to expect the public. So the length made a difference here, right? A quarter of a mile on the driveway, right? Before reaching the dumpster. It's out of the way. It's private and out of the way. So they agree with the court that he did not lose his expectation of privacy. And that this trash pull was it violated his constitutional rights. And yeah. So when you combine the two, right? Because the previous case was like making a distinction of like either they should say no public access, right? Or it should be a gated community was another thing it said, right? Or like, are there lots of other houses nearby or is it the only house? And then here, this I brought in for the whole thing about a private road where it's like a long driveway, like the private road is the driveway, right? And it's long. And like, so hopefully that was the other, the thing that I thought was interesting here. And again, this is citing back to, we just read this, right? USB Greenwood here, right? Readily accessible to the public, right? The police cannot reasonably be expected to divert their eyes from evidence of criminal activity that could have been observed by any member of the public. That's the standard. And then, yeah, of course, Greenwood differs from Hoffman's case in a significant respect. The trash in Greenwood was on the curb. on a city street in Laguna Beach, California, not a quarter mile from a public roadway in rural Kansas. So again, that's a distinction. But in this case with BK, you add to the fact that in a gated community, right? In a gated community, part of an HOA with private trash service, and also the community itself also is pretty rural too, from what I could find, as well. So when you combine all those, it's like BK's case with the trash, at least from what I can tell, has all the things in terms of, you know. So a two-part test here. First, the court must determine whether the trash was located within the curtilage. Like I said, that's the first thing. In the curtilage, bam, nope, not happening. Can't do it. By curtilage, we refer to the area around a home, yep, where activities of the family occur, blah, blah. If the trash is located within the curtilage, the court must determine whether the person manifested a subjective expectation of privacy. Yeah, so they're just saying the curtilage question was easily answered. The second question presents more difficulty. The trash-filled dumpster wasn't visible from a public roadway. One important difference pinpoints the issue in this case. The defendant burned his own trash in his dumpster. But in the Hoffman case, he paid. The Hoffman case is the one we just read, right? One where it got denied, right? Remember? And so that's what's really funny. So they're referencing those cases that we just covered. So in Hoffman paid to have his trash picked up, right? We find it significant that Greenwood was not decided based on the idea that the defendant had lost any blah, blah, blah. We conclude that the fact that Hoffman left his trash for pickup by a trash collector staying alone does not eliminate any reasonable expectation of privacy, because Greenwood suggests that this fact alone is not determinative. And the only difference of note between Hoffman's case and Fisher is that Hoffman had a third party to haul away the trash, but Fisher did not. Right. Yep. And then the Snoops bit public. Yeah. Hoffman's trash was a quarter mile from any public roadway. So further than so in Fisher, the case where it was denied, it was only 100 yards. And in this case where it was granted, the motion to suppress granted, the trash was a quarter mile from a public roadway. So it's these little distinctions. Right. Like, keep reading. We acknowledge that the resolution of this case involves some degree of subjectivity. Yep. And why is the reasonableness standard matter? Because Fourth Amendment prohibits only unreasonable searches. His trash was in no way accessible to the public. Given his rule setting, we conclude that the mere fact that he allowed a third party to haul his trash did not eliminate the reasonable expectation. Yep. So there you go. So now that is closing the loop on the dad trash discussion from times of yore. Do you guys feel like you learned something? Does that make sense? It was a long driveway. So, I mean, I don't know that we've seen pictures of the house itself, but again, when I pulled it up on the map from the realtor website, it was really far back looking and we did, again, it was on a different live stream. Look for the ones that say trash in the thumbnail. Because you can't find it on Google Maps. It'll look like it's getting you to the right place, but it's not. So, no. Or if you're talking about this house, Jeff, you might have joined after I mentioned this. It's not on Google Maps. It's not. It's private. It's not on there. If you type the address in, it'll do the Google Mappy thing but if you look at where it's taking you, it's not on there. I said this earlier. It's a private address. It's a private road. You have to get to it other ways. So like I was able to get to it via finding like different, like there were like realtor websites where the house had been listed, and then you can actually see it on a map through there, but it's not on Google. Nope. Not on Google. I mean, just to prove that point, let's just do it. Let's Google it. I'll show you guys. That way you know, instead of hearing me say it. All right, 119 Lamb. Oops, Lambsden Drive. I have this like memorized apparently. Albrightsville, PA. Oh my God, hold on, I can't type. So if you'll notice, first of all, it's not coming up with a suggested thing. Okay, now I'm gonna hit enter. And now it makes you think you're going there. See, 119 Lambsden, oh, great. But if you pay attention, this is what I did before, but we'll do it again. Look, now I do agree, Jeff, that if this was the house, I would agree that that's a short driveway. But here's the problem. This is not. Wait, now it says, hold on. Why does it say, hang on? Did it just appear? We did this before. Oh, hold on. It says the imagery is from 2025. The map data is from 2025. So here's what happened, guys. Look, 2025. This was updated. Because when we did this before, it was in 2024. Holy fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, that's big. So this was probably in November or December. I can't remember when we did this. In 2024, right? And it did not take you to the address. But now, if you look down here, it says map data 2025, imagery 2025. Now, that's interesting. Now, I wonder, So when I looked this up too, when you have private addresses, right? There's like some private addresses apparently that will be on Google and others that won't. And I don't know how that works. If that's like Google's decision or if the people make a decision. But nonetheless, this was not there before. Interesting. Holy fuck. So that is 119 Lambsden Drive. Okay, so hang on. So now let's take a look. Now, Jeff, I wonder, was it 2025 when you Googled it? Because if so, then that would make sense. But if anyone in 2024 or prior, it was not taking you. It looked like it was taking you to the right place, but it wasn't. Okay, I wonder, we can measure. There's a way to measure it. Let's measure it. How did I do this before? We can measure it. Let's see. Well, now we can do the street view. This changes everything, right? Can we do street view? Can't do street view. Well, you know what? Of course not. It's private. So now we can see, okay, so it's not the only house. That was what it looked like on the realtor map thing. It's not the only house. Interesting. It's not the only house. The next question is, where's the closest public road? Oh man, now I'm gonna have to do more research, but it won't let me go there, okay, in terms of street view. But how do you do the freaking measure thing? I don't remember. Maybe if you double click. Do you guys remember how to do the thing where it makes it measure? I haven't done this in a while. I'm double clicking and it's zooming in. Maybe if I do the tiny man. No, you won't go there. Let me see if anyone's letting me know how to do the. Do y'all remember how to do the measuring thing? I mean, logical point here coming from Top Cat. There should be forensic evidence in the car linked to. Should be, yeah, I would say so. Maybe if I right click. Let's try. Oh, measure. There we go. Okay. So excellent. So the driveway. Now, I remember reading that it had a 2-car garage. I wonder if that's what that long thing is on the side. Okay, so let's just see. Okay, so I want to measure this. Okay, there we go. So that says, I just click, I mean, you guys can see 115.79 feet. So that's not very long, but let's just see where the closest public road is. Because remember, it is a gated community. So there's that test as well for it. So it looks like the way we can tell for sure though, because if it won't let me go there, it's a private road. And then if it will let me go there, it's going to be public, right? So let's see. Nope. 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 Denied. I mean, I wonder, maybe these are all private now, you know? Like maybe we have to go like further. Nope. Let's see. Let me zoom out. Like this looks like it could be a highway. Can I go here? I can go here. That one looks like it's probably the closest public road without clicking all these and boring the fuck out of you guys. So let's just see. Literally, let's see if we can measure this. So if we go, so the test would be, given the case law, it wouldn't be where the house is. It would be how far is the private road from the closest public road. So I believe is what it was. So if we do like, I mean, basically they're like, where does it connect? That's what they're talking about, right? Like in the case law, it's like when there was a public road and then coming right off of it was a private road. And so I'm wondering if that doesn't even apply because this is all within this community. Like it doesn't connect. Like it doesn't connect. Like how do they even get out of this community thing? Like how do they leave? They go like all this. Like where do they connect anyway? Let's just see. And I feel like there it is. There's the gate. There's the gate. There's the gate, guys. Can you guys see this? Now I remember finding the gate before. So there's the gate. I think right there, right? And so this toll road. So it's like, how do you get to the house, right? So it's like, okay, so you're on the toll road, right? And then you turn off onto this road, if you guys can see my mouse. And then you're in the community. And so like this road, for example, like, well, let me go here. Well, let me go on anywhere here, like within, nope. So once you get into the gated community, I mean, nope. So it doesn't even connect to a private or a public road, like directly. So that test right there, this wins compared to the other case. Like this I would say has way more protection right there built in. Wow. Yeah. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, we saw the gate. We did this before. I remember thinking like what looked like the gate wasn't the gate, but then yeah, there it is, Indian Mountain Lake. See, this didn't used to be doable. Indian Mountain Lake, that's the HOA. Like if I go, can I stand here and then can we see it? Let's see if we can do this. Hold on. So the little tiny guy, tiny man. So the gate is, we're going to find it, guys. We're going to find the gate. We make things happen. So, wow, this is some squirreling right here, man. Is it right here? Is it right here? Let's see. And actually, this is great because now this was not doable before, like I said, but now, interesting, because there's a sign that was blocked from the other angle. You know why? Because like 2025 versus down here, it was 2019. Interesting. What does this say? Something storage. So the gate, like how do you even get there? Hold on. Like, I don't think that's the access. Let's see. Right now, if you compare this, what we're doing, what I'm doing right now, if you compare this to the case law test, I'm having a hard time finding the gate. So right there, what that tells me, because I'm public and I'm having a hard time even finding the freaking entrance. So that says something to me right there, because that's not it. That's just a fence around a house. Like it's like unmarked, or like, I think that, can you guys see my mouse? I think that's the road right there, maybe, that goes in. I think it was called Rosebud or whatever that goes, but like, how do you get there though? Like what? Like what the heck? It's funny because like this. It's like here is like where I'm expecting the entrance to be. And if I go one click further, now it's like different year. And then one click further, and now it's back to the year it was before. Anyway, like it's got to be down here, right? Now this is all blocked for some reason. Like, is that it? I mean, like, here's my point. If this is the entrance, you would never know. There is no signage. This would be like to get to the gate, right? This is like, I mean, this is a great example of the test in my view from the case law. Like, you would not know it's there. I mean, if you guys see, like, I'm basing it off of the icon here on this map, right? And if I turn this way, see how the little tiny man is pointing his body towards the gate? If you look at that icon on the left, like, it should be right here. It should be. There's no signage. This is a speed limit sign over here. There's no nothing. And this is a gravel road. Look, how can I zoom in? Let me see if it'll let me. Wow. Wow. This is illuminating. I'm so glad it's letting us do this because it wouldn't let me do this before. Now there is, interestingly, that looks like a dumpster there, but let's not get derailed because that's not related if it is a dumpster. It looks like this is the entrance. And I can't go there. What happens if I try to access it? Can I go? For anyone who hasn't been on any of the squirrely field trips, this is what we do. This is classic field trip, squirrely field tripping. I mean, that's a storage facility, but I bet that this road connects. I bet this road connects to the gate. And that's what it looked like from the satellite view. So, yeah. I mean, wow, guys. I mean, this for me has been really, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Jeff. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Oh, thank you. So Mountain Road and Lookout Drive. It's not here. Sorry, I've not been looking at the chat because, well, I've been trying to find the gate. Okay, let me see. Mountain Road and Lookout Drive. I mean, the reason that, I mean, like, this looks like a gate, but like, it's that Indian, when I click on it, it says Indian Mountain Lake, which is the thing. But like, okay, in Mountain Road and Lookout Drive. Let's see. Well, it has to be, I mean, common sense, right? It has to be. I mean, the little community is like, you can see where it's all cut off from everything. So the nature preserve. Let me see. Can I do a search? Well, let me search in there. Let's see. Okay. Can I put in the coordinates for longitude and latitude? Oh, this is actually helpful. Okay, so there's 40. I'm just looking at what you said, Jeff. Okay. Can I input though a thing, a latitude and longitude? I'm trying to find it. Are you saying if I put it in the search box here, maybe that's the way to do it? Okay, I'll try that. Thank you, Jeff. Now I think I have to do it like dots. So is this how to do it? Hold on. How did it have it? How did it do it like this? Okay. Nope. It did it like. Is it the right number of digits though that you gave me? You have 6 digits there. So interesting. Okay, let me see if I can. So I can't copy and paste because the thing is that this is on StreamYard and there's no way to highlight that and copy and paste it. Okay, you're saying maybe those numbers are off. Okay, you're checking. Okay. Because I'm not seeing those road names. I mean, I'm just like looking now, So like again, what looked like the gate area is where it said Indian Mountain Hills Community. So, and like when you look at the neighborhood, right? Like this is a dead end. Like how do you connect? Like this is the main road, right? How do you connect here? And when you just look at it, right? Where does this road have another road that connects into there? And this is where it is, right here. You see what I mean? This is the road to get into the community. Unless you go, let's see, you could go. I mean, I guess you could access it from here. But like this is clearly the main road. So, and there's the mountain lake or Indian Mountain Lake. Yeah. So, oh, and there's the Indian Mountain Lake Civic Association. That must be the HOA. Okay, I will. I'll put it in. Thank you, Jeff. Mountain Road and Lookout Drive. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let me do this. It's funny because it still doesn't pop up correctly with the search thing. But anyway, it wants to do this other one in F or PA or whatever. So I don't know. Anyway, so now are we doing it? Okay. See now did they like rename the city? What the fuck? Because now it's saying effort. Anyway. Okay, so hang on. The zip code's not correct, is it? Hold on. Am I this whole time when I thought maybe it was is it still doing the thing where it's tricking me or tricking us into thinking it's the right one? Hold on. Hang on. We can answer this question. Give me just one sec. See, now I'm like, hang on. I don't think that zip code is correct. I think it's still doing that thing. Where is it? See, because it's not in Albertsville. It's an effort. Hang on. I'm looking for the zip code. If anyone knows it offhand, because I don't think that's correct. Heather, do you know the zip code? Did I already close out? No, I didn't close out. Okay, hang on. I bet it's on here because I had this open earlier. Hang on. Here we go. This is the search warrant actually from the house. So let me look here. I know you guys can't see it, but I've got it pulled up. I just didn't want to have to unshare my screen and reshare and all that. So hang on. One 18210. Jeff, it tricked us both again. This is not correct. It's not the right zip code. See how it says effort? See, I was like, wait, did they change the city name? Nope. What are the odds, though, that there's another Lambsden Drive that happens to have a house that's 119 that is also part of a gated or private community? Jeff, hang on. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Hold on. I'll do it. Look. Let me unshare, reshare. Look, dude. Look. I know it's also a gated community. Like I said, what are the odds? It's also, you guys, check it out. Look, this is the clearest way to do this. Look. I know we all want it to be the house. It's not. It's not the house. It's not the house. Look. Right here. So again, the first thing I was like, well, did they change Albrightsville, right? 18, but the zip code, there's no way. 18210. 119 Lambsden Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, 18210. Now, it's not the right thing. It's not there. It's too private to let you, it still won't. Summary, it will still not let you find it on Google. Don't be fooled. There you go. Um, 18210. This is in Effort, Pennsylvania, and it's 18330. I know this is depressing for you, Jeff, and I hate to be the one to tell you this. It's not the right gate and it's not the right house. It's just not. It's the trick. Remember, like I said, it's a gate. It's a trick. I didn't do Street View for the gate because I realized I was tricked again because I realized it said Effort and not Albrightsville, which is why I was like, let me go double check the zip code, because from memory, I was like, I don't think that zip code is correct. And that's why I went and double checked. This is not it. This is not it. It's a different city and it's a different zip code. It's not it. I'll go look at the gate, Jeff. My point is this, though. This is a different gated community. There can be more than one gated community. I'm not disputing that there's a gate. We'll go look at the gate. I'm not disputing that there's a gate. We'll go look at the gate. It's just that it's irrelevant because this is not the right place. This is not where they live. But we'll go look at it. Here, we'll go look at it. We'll look at the gate. Yep, there it is. Great. Now, for the people who live here, that's awesome. But you know who doesn't live there? Bryan Kohberger's family. Definitively does not. This is a different gated community. I hate to tell you this. The last four. The problem is this. Where Mountain Lake came from, this is Indian Mountain Lake. I think people... Y'all. What are you talking about, Heather? The last four identify the actual house. I don't know what your last four what. Are you talking about the search warrant again? I mean, somebody help me out here, right? It's a different city and a different zip code. From like, right? I don't know why there's any confusion. Like, how can it be the same place? If it's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not doubt. This is the Indian Mountain Lake community, right? We know that. My point is that I wonder if it's maybe that everybody, because I don't think in any of the court documents, they never say, to my memory, they never name Indian Mountain Lake, do they? In any of the court filings, do they say that he lives in that community? If so, then I don't know what the fuck is going on with these addresses. Maybe they wrote it wrong on the search warrant or but see, I remember thinking that the zip code didn't look right. So (18210) is the correct zip code. That's the zip code that I have that does not match what we were looking at that Jeff is sure is the right house. 18210 is correct. Again, like, look, guys. Look. 18210 is correct. That's what I'm saying. But on Google Maps where we are, which is Indian Mountain Lake, right? I'm not denying. It's a gate. There's a gate. It's Indian Mountain Lake. Wrong city, wrong zip code. I don't know how you get around that though, right? Like can't. Oh, you said check on Discord. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying, Heather. Thank you. So there's a 700, right. So, but, okay. Are you saying that'll make us be able to find out on Google? I'll try. My point is it won't even let you do the search on Google, which is what I was saying initially, right? Remember when we went through all this and I was like, it won't let you do it. And then I was like, oh, it's letting you do it. Nope. So let me see. If that'll change anything. Let me see if I can, hang on. Okay. So let's see what happens if I try to type in with the zip code. I mean, I was typing it in manually, but I wasn't typing in the zip code. I didn't think it was necessary. So let me try it now again. Again, it's not showing an option, right? Because it's a private road, like I keep saying. So now we have one, and I'm going to add the last 4 digits. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay. Search. Nope. It does not there. It doesn't have it. I mean, I'm just clicking on this just to click on it because but that's not it, right? It took me back here. Effort, Pennsylvania, 18330. I don't know. Okay. I mean, but you gave me aren't we at the gate that you sent me? Aren't we at the gate? Like, isn't this the gate that you sent me? Look, Mountain Road and Lookout Drive. Am I not there, Jeff? I'm confused. Apple Maps. Interesting. You're saying I'm not at the right gate? When I say right gate, the gate that Jeff thinks is the right gate. It's not the right gate. There's no way, like, I mean, y'all. Right. And so this is what we did before. Like, again, did this like in November or maybe early December and ended up finding it through those. It was another way, but like it was through a real estate realty thing. Anyway, but because of this, it looked more promising this time to where it looked like it was the right thing. Jeff. The reason that that's coming up as a search is because other people are confused and thought this was the right thing. Like, in other words, because if you try to put the address in, right, it changes it, and then it takes you to this community called Indian Mountain Lake. People have done what I just did until I realized it was the wrong zip code, and they've assumed it's the right community. So now people have been talking about this community, which is called Indian Mountain Lake, and thinking it's the right gated community. Because why? They see a gate. Do you guys follow me here? And so that's why the algorithm in Google is connecting the two, because everybody else is making the same mistake. Do you y'all see what I mean? Like, this is not the right address. Like if I typed my name in Google and then French fries next to it, and I did it like 50,000 times, probably they would end up being associated on Google at some point, right? You see what I mean? It's just like, but there's no relation. I don't eat French fries. So, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I know, Top Cat. Yes. I'm feeling that, because again, it's like, it was annoying the first time with this issue, but like, I feel like it got the better of me this time, because I went for a lot longer thinking it was correct before I realized it wasn't. And I'm like, God, fuck you, Google. Jeff, I think you gave me those coordinates before, and there's no way I can put them in. And it's not latitude and longitude. Google is using latitude and longitude, okay, as I showed you. But nonetheless, if what you're saying with wherever this is, if it's in this community, it's not the right house. It's people being confused. I swear, it's people being confused. The same way I just made that mistake, because if you don't pay attention to the zip code and the name, the city name, right? But the zip code was the real clincher, right? Because sometimes cities will change, they'll change but the zip code and the city, it's not the right thing. Not the right thing. Jeff, I'm in StreamYard. I can't copy and paste it. I cannot select text from a comment. I'm in StreamYard. I can't select text from I can type it in, man. Can I? Actually, I don't know how to make a degree sign. Let me try app. So Heather, you're saying Apple Maps will work. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let me see if I can find app. I'm on a computer. Will it work on the web? All right, let's try this. All right, already step in the right direction. Why? At least it says Albrightsville here. This looks promising. And it's the right zip code. Oh, weird. But it looks like it's in the same, it's the same place. So Jeff, you weren't wrong. But also, though, you can see why something's weird, because why the fuck? So both are true. Both are true. Look, y'all, I'm not crazy. Look, here it is. 119 Lampson Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, 18210. Okay. And the reason I'm saying it's the right thing is because when you look at it, I'm like, oh, here's all the roads here. So this is the community. But do you guys see why this is stupid? This is not what is going on? What is going on? I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. What is literally what is happening? I don't understand. It's just Google gets it wrong. I don't understand, guys. So I don't know what you mean. I've got literally, let me count how many tabs I have open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I have 19 tabs open in this window. I have 6 Chrome windows open. I have multiple files in Adobe open. I have from pictures from earlier open. So I don't know. I've got lots of things open. I don't think that's an issue. That's a good point. I don't think that's the case here, though. But I appreciate you, Cassie, giving Google the benefit of the doubt. I appreciate that. This is just, it's a good thought. But also, this is in the middle of a private gated community. And so that community is all in the same, it's Indian Mountain Lake. It's all in the same, you know what I mean? But that was a good thought. Okay. I mean, thank you. I see what you're saying. You're saying I could open YouTube up, but I don't think it matters because we found it, right? Like this solves it. Like I did the Apple Maps, right? Apple Maps legitimately has the address. And yes, it is where, do you guys see why this is bizarre though? Do you guys see why this is bizarre? Like, and here's the thing. It's not about the news media. To me, Googling words, because any words will get linked together if they're typed in Google together enough. Literally, like I gave the example with Chelsea French fries. Mountain Lake Gate community. I don't give a shit. Like, to me, why would I rely on that when I have the actual address from the court documents? The actual address. Am I not making sense? Like, it's the actual address. Like, I'm going to rely on the actual address regardless of what I search on Google. So, that's all well and good, but like, why would I use that when I can use the actual address? And the trouble is that the actual address, Google and Apple have different ideas about it. As back here again, you guys see what I mean? I don't understand this question. I guess, okay. We're gonna Google it so that Jeff will be happy. What am I Googling again? Hold on. I'm Googling Mountain Lake Gate Kohberger. Okay, Jeff, you ready? The question I have is this. What is the benefit? That's the question I have. What is the benefit? What is the benefit of this? What is this going to help? What is this helping? Like, okay, here we go. I Googled it. What do you want me to do next? Tell me what to do next. I'm doing what you want me to do to click on things. Okay. All right, clicking images. Okay. Which one should I click on? Third one. Aren't they all the same thing? I don't understand. Aren't they just different views of the same thing? And I don't know what the boom means. I'm so confused. Over and over again, I said, I don't dispute that the words, okay. There's no, it wouldn't surprise me that the words Mountain Lake Gate and Kohberger are connected via the algorithm on YouTube. Because whether this was the correct place or not, if people search it enough, the algorithm will connect those terms together, right? You guys know how that works? So that I don't even have the words. If you search, again, pick two random words, like I don't know, like I was saying, pick French fries and zebra, okay? If enough people type those words in next to each other repeatedly, eventually, if you type in French fries in Google, it's going to suggest zebra next to it. Am I making sense? So it doesn't, anything can be related like that. It doesn't mean anything. Am I making sense? Yeah, and you're right. It clearly says a private community. It clearly does. That's a good point. So in other words, would the public, it definitely looks like it's not supposed to be for public access, right? For sure. Like from the pictures, definitely. Oh yeah, the links aren't going to work. YouTube blocks those out. Yeah, mods can post links. I don't have any, I don't have any distrust in articles. I think that Jeff must have missed it when we found it on here. And I said, oh yeah, this is the right place. I'm just saying that it should have the correct address. That's all I'm saying. It's not about not trusting news. It's like, is this not the most basic way to find an address is by using the address? I just don't understand why. But here, we'll do whatever this, you know, I'm clicking on it. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't click share tab. Okay. I'm clicking on it. Okay. I don't even know what it wants me to do now. Click on, well, okay. It won't let me. It won't let me. It won't let me, Jeff. It won't let me. Let's try a different one. I'll click on this one. I mean, it makes no difference to me. We've already verified. We've already verified it's the right place. We've verified that it's the right place. And Google, for whatever reason, has the wrong city and the wrong zip code. It's Google's fault. That's what I'm saying. Chestnut Hill Township. Yep. I mean, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Yep, no surprise there. That's the house. Yep. Yep, there you go. That's a person. Don't know. Yeah, coolio. Yeah, Google, but again, Google has the wrong city and zip code. So it's just like on another level, right? It just doesn't make any, like, what's going on? You know, like what? The wrong city and zip code. It's odd, right? I clicked on the second image, but it said that you had to have a subscription to that particular news site in order to read the thing. It had a block. Did you not see it? I'll just do it again so you can see. So when I click on the second image here, the Chicago Tribune, it's opening it in a new tab. Here's the tab it opens. And this is, oh, now it has an X. Before it didn't give me an X. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So this is what happens when I click on the second image. Do you believe me or not believe me? I don't know. It says Chicago Tribune. There you go. Right? I clicked on it. It won't let me. That's all. So. Right. So, exactly. Yeah. The FBI. So all of the things though apply of what we already talked about, right? Like there's signage, it's a private community. And remember, the thing I was doing initially was seeing how far it was from the closest main road, right? And remember what I ended up determining was that it's a gated community. And let's go back. Let's go back to here. So in other words, where we were at, don't worry guys, I know where we were at was we were seeing where is it from the closest main road, public road, right? So this is where the gate is. Right? Okay. So Mountain Road right here. So this is the closest public road. This is the thing we were doing. This is the closest public road to the house, right? Oh my God, no, don't. And so let's see if we can measure that distance. That looks pretty far. That's the test, right? And the test is the public road to the private road. And so the private road, it would be here. So we need to know, okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Measure. So this is where I just did a click here. This is where Lambsden Road meets the public road. Or no, wait, that's not. Yes, this is where Lambsden Road meets the public road, right? So we need to see now how far this is from the gate. I need to zoom out more. So you guys see how I have that there because that branch off is Lambsden. So this over here. right there. That says 1 mile. So in other words, it's a mile, right? From where Lambsden starts, it's a mile to get to the closest, you know, if they measure it to this road being that this is where the gate is, it's a mile. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. 1.15. That makes sense because again, this is so zoomed out. Yeah. So that's close. Yeah. 1.15 miles. I believe that because, you know, when I did it zoomed out, it says a mile. So, but more than a mile. So a mile or more, right? And then in the case law, it was, quarter mile right here. Check it out. Quarter mile from any public roadway. So by the test here where this motion to suppress was granted, quarter mile. So they beat that and then some in this case, right? In terms of the close proximity to a public road. Yeah, I mean, basically, we were all right. I mean, everybody can be wrong, but in this case, we were all right and Google was wrong. That's what it was. Google was wrong. Google was wrong and Google sucks and we were all in the right place is what it is. But the important thing is the distance being that it's, you know, again, well over the quarter of a mile. I mean, I just hope that you guys can see why that looks, why that, like, you guys saw the addresses, right? And why it rerouted it to the wrong, it changed the city and the zip. I mean, you guys can see why that is confusing, right? I mean, you know, I mean, as far as we know that they observed him running at night and then, you know, I mean, what else? Then they got the dad trash, right? So Cassidy's saying they couldn't have gotten the trash from that far away. Well, no, they were outside the house, right? I mean, they got the trash from when they put the trash out, you know, on the private road. Oh, I think I see what you're saying, Cassie. Right. So the reason we were measuring this distance is because that's answering the question, right, of that test of reasonableness, right? Like, in other words, if you've got a private road, it's a private community, it's like there's all those levels of tests from the case law of like how private is it. And one of the tests was how far is it from the closest public road, right? So we know that the FBI was like outside the house or whatever, right? But the question is when they put their trash out at his parents' house, right? When the parents put the trash out, right? Did they have a reasonable expectation of privacy due to it being all the things, private road, you know, gated community? Now, I'm sure the parents weren't thinking about the distance, right? This happened because of the case law, right? Looking at the standards from case law. That's why we measured it, because it's one of the tests. Good night, Jeff. Thanks for being here. I don't know if you're referencing me. She doesn't know how you get down or your status as standard setting in regards to digital. I don't know what that means. Status as standard setting in regards. Okay, you're talking about me and yeah. So, I mean, you know, it seems like a lot of you guys know each other from other channels. And I don't know what channels those are, but so I know Jeff because Jeff has been here in the chat before. And I remember, I mean, it had been a little while, but I remember the last time Jeff was here, it was probably like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. That's how I know Jeff. That's how I know Jeff. But it seems like you guys know Jeff other ways. So, you know, it seems like a lot of you guys that know each other, people have these reputations that perceive themselves. I'm not out of the loop. I don't know. I don't know what, you know, but you know, that's okay. Or, yeah, Heather's saying yes, my name's right. Okay. I mean, I think this is the concern that a lot of people have, right? We have rights for a reason. If they're willing to break the rules for one piece of evidence, right. And it's really not, it's really more than one piece of evidence. I mean, there's a lot of issues. Honestly, that's a quote from Judge during one of the hearings. I forget which one. And I had it quoted. It was actually in one of the thumbnails as a quote from him. You know, he says, there are a lot of issues in this case. So, you know, I don't know what pro burgers are. I feel like somebody explained it one time, one of you guys, but I don't remember. It sounds like a combination of pro and Kohberger, but I don't really understand what, I don't know. Again, I'm not up on all this. And I don't, you know, the drama that people might have with like disagreeing in dynamics, that just doesn't, you know, enthuse me, if you will. You know, Top Cat, you know me, silly. I mean, we all know each other now. That's the point, right? Okay, pro-burger is someone who does not align with the state's narrative. Huh. So, okay. Right. And see, this is what, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Pro-burgers feel BK is innocent. Guilters are the opposite. Guilters. See, I hadn't heard that either. We fight like, and that much seems clear to me. I imagined that would be the case. Kind of like people with Karen Reed. You know, it's funny because like with Karen Reed, I didn't actually, I stayed away from that case like the plague until by chance I saw a bit of opening statements when they were happening. It was actually Mr. Unetti. I was like doing something else in the house and like heard a bit of it. I ignored because of that, because that's not, you know, I just anyway, it's not for me. And so, but because of that whole thing of the fighting, right? And I knew that it had that reputation. But anyway, it wasn't until I heard some of those opening statements from Unetti that I was like, well, shit, now I'm going to want to watch this trial. But people that watched the trial with me, everybody said it was the only place that they found on YouTube where people didn't do the fighting. It was the chat where people could come in and it was no drama. So yeah. Anyway. Oh, cold burgers. Cold burgers. Huh. Cold? Like, I'm not sure what that it's interesting. Huh. And Jeff, if I recall, you play guitar, right? So it's pro burgers and then guilters. Is that, am I getting that? I mean, anyway, you know, and the thing for me, and you guys have probably heard me say, right, that's what I thought. I remember everybody that comes in here and I see them in the chat. Because I remember you telling me that, like long time ago. I remember you telling me that on a different, you know, months ago. Oh, cool. Well, I'll check it out. And so you know, the thing that I was gonna say though is like, I feel like the best we can do as trial watchers, right? To be better trial watchers and to be better humans is to, well, a lot of things. First of all, being open-minded. B, being flexible, like being able to change your mind. But scratch that. Actually, let me put it this way. Not making up your mind until you have all the evidence, first of all. And I've said it before, I'll just say it again. Like, in this case, we have no information. We don't even know if he had an Android or an iPhone, guys. It's crazy. We have no information. But even when we do have information, we should be waiting until trial where we see all of the evidence. If we're going to form an opinion on how we feel or what we think the jury is going to do, it should be after we've seen all the evidence. And in this case, we have nothing. So it blows my mind that people already have taken hard stances in this case, one way or the other. It doesn't even matter. It blows my mind. And then people get entrenched. And I would imagine that people, because when people fight about things, you know, the more they do that, the more entrenched in their own, whatever their own stance is, they get more entrenched in that, right? To where it's like you could have things happen at trial that completely disprove it, right? And then it's like too late. You know what I mean? And so I think that the best thing we can do is stay objective, stay open-minded, and try to challenge ourselves to be better humans and better trial watchers, to wait. If we're going to form an opinion, to wait till we have all the evidence. And at that point, if we choose to form an opinion, to be able to discuss it like adults and in a way that is fair and, you know, logical, and to lay out a point, right? And to not use like ad hominem attacks or whatever, name calling, whatever, you know, and to be able to like look at things like reasonable person standards, speaking of, right? You know what I mean? And to discuss it, right? And so I'm saying all that because what's going on now, right, is, I mean, really has very little to do with Bryan. I mean, it does in terms of the impact it will have on his life, right? Right? But what I mean, hopefully you know what I mean. Like, what I mean is, like, right now we're assessing like potential constitutional rights violations, right? We're assessing, like, it's the discovery process. You know, it won't be time to assess if one wants to assess Bryan. It won't. That's what the trial is for. You know what I mean? Does that make sense to anybody? Right. And I agree with that. And see, and the reason I'm saying that is because that has nothing to do with the defendant, right? Like, in other words, I would hope that, again, people aren't forming, but even if people have formed opinions, if you formed an opinion it doesn't even matter what the opinion is, whether you've already formed an opinion, you think he's guilty, or you've formed an opinion, you think he's not guilty. I would hope that any of those people, right, could agree on what is on the screen right now, which says this is not the way a solid case is tried. That's an understatement. Because the thing is this, when you leave all that out of it and you just look objectively, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've been doing the whole time. I don't have an opinion. You know, I started covering it because I thought it was, you know, they were getting all spicy about the motion to change venue. And anyway, like, as y'all know, I've been following it. But anyway, so, but I'm literally just reading the documents and covering the hearings as they happen, right? And just, you know, we're breaking it down. I don't have an opinion. I don't have any of that. But, and the thing is this, it's not just me, right? Like, I gave an example the other day, EDB referenced it, like people on LawTube, right? Attorneys. They're saying what I'm saying, right? Essentially, which again, has nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger. What they're saying is there's problems here, big time problems, because this is not how it's supposed to go with discovery. The state is not doing this correctly. Like, Like, even if you don't get down into the details of the things that are, really needed, if you just look at the overall bird's eye view, as some law tubers do, bird's eye view, and you just literally assess this from the discovery process alone, this is not good. And this is not normal. And this is not how it's supposed to be done. It's like that right there, right? You see what I mean? You can start with that, and that's being objective. And I think that I don't know how anyone could make an argument otherwise. Like, I don't think anyone could, I don't see any way that any person who's reasonable or, being like, for example, I don't think there'd be an attorney, who could look at this and be like, yep, the state's doing this correctly. Just again, in terms of like the discovery process in the pretrial litigation, I don't think no one would be able to say that because it's just factually not true. Like, factually, objectively not true. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, shout out. We got another new squirrel friend. Excellent. Welcome. And that's exactly it. Couldn't agree more with you, Stevie B. The problem is the gag order, show the evidence, the truth. Yep. Couldn't agree more. That's the thing. And this is exactly why I was saying, this echoes my point, right? We don't have anything. And this is why it's really kind of sad that people have already formed opinions and then fight over it, because we need more information, right? Like, and for those of you guys who are joining now and weren't here earlier, we spent a lot of time looking at an example of the opposite with, as it pertains to cell phones, right? And we used the Murdaugh trial as an example, and we broke all that down. And if anyone wants to go back and watch it later, it'll be timestamped, but it's very interesting. And I said, this is like an example, like, here's what it looks like when you have all the evidence, when you don't have to guess, when you don't have to make assumptions, when you can look at literally the evidence because it's all there. And then you can, using your brains, you can put the case together and you can literally see what happened second by second for like the hours surrounding the event. And it's all verified. It's all there in the evidence, undisputed, and this is what it looks like. So, I think it goes without saying, obviously, I hope that the motion to unseal the IGG, I mean, of course, right? But I couldn't agree more. And that's the thing, right? So and remember that, guys, if you're ever in a chat where people are disagreeing on stuff, remember this, there's always more that as humans, trial watchers or not, right? There's always more that we as humans can agree on than things we don't agree on. Always remember that. We always have common ground somewhere. And as it pertains to this case, I think everyone can agree with this that's on the screen, right? We all want to have the evidence. Show us the truth. Show us the evidence. Absolutely. I think we can all agree on that. So if you're ever in a position where people are fighting, remember, there's always common ground. And I think this is something that, I don't know of anybody who would say, no, keep it, except for maybe the state. They would be the people, right? I don't see, again, I'm so out of loop. I don't know who you're referencing, but I don't think anybody should be trashed. I'll say that much. Yeah, there is no IgG, but the thing is the DNA on the knife sheath, right? It would be the biggest, right? That's the thing that, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Well, in other words, because that's like the most definitive thing that we have in science when it comes to this stuff, right? That then you have things, well, it's like, well, how did it get there? Blah, blah, right? But there's not going to be a way to really deny that it's his DNA, right? That doesn't mean that, again, there's other things there's other problems that can come up, but that's the most conclusive evidence, scientific anyway, forensic evidence. Yeah, I agree also. People should focus more on the balance than the extremes. Yeah, I do agree. Why does that name ring a bell? Pam Bond. Why does that name ring a bell? Pam Bondi. Why does that name ring a bell? Yeah, Runkle the Bailey gave a great, I'll just repeat the story that he told, kind of, I don't know, on a live stream somewhat recently. It's a good example. So it's something like this, like where, let's just say that you're an innocent person of a crime. You don't even know what the crime is, right? Because you didn't do it, so you don't know what it is. But the police, they think you're the suspect, and they've got you in the car, and you are like awkward silence, and you go, I like tomatoes. And unbeknownst to you, turns out there was tomato sauce everywhere at the crime scene. I think you know where that's going, right? So even if you're completely innocent, you would want that statement suppressed, right? Because that's a problem. That does not look good, right? Oh, that's why. Thank you. That's right. That's right. That's why I know the name. Thank you for that. It's so funny because Uncivil Law was streaming that, and I'm not a politics person, but like I popped in to say hi to Uncivil because actually Uncivil pops in the chat every now and again, guys. He's actually been here a couple times. I think it's usually for Shannon Gardner, so you guys might see him. But I popped in just to say hi because I had no idea what was going on. I did not know who she was. I don't keep up with politics, but I popped in to say hi. But then we ended up there. He was doing this thing where he was like setting goals to do like push-ups and stuff. So anyway, I was participating in like the camaraderie and stuff, but that's where I heard the name. So thank you. Yes. But I don't know anything. I wasn't paying attention to the hearing, essentially. I was just there for the social stuff and supporting Kurt on doing push-ups and stuff. So let me ask you this, though, Stevie. How can you, like, I'm not, okay, maybe I shouldn't say this to anybody who's formed an opinion. How? I ask you, how? When we don't have any evidence. Basic things we don't have. For any of you guys who are here later on, this whole thing started because I realized this morning that we don't even know if Bryan Kohberger has an iPhone or an Android, and it defies credulity that how that's even possible. Like you would have to work extra hard to even not name it. And we pulled up all the documents, and it's like, it's insane. It's insane. Like, how do we, that's just one example. But like, anyway, so I just don't know how you can form an opinion when you don't have any information. Because to me, here's what I worry about. I worry that either A, because we all know we don't have the information. That's not debatable, right? The gag, we all know that. So then if someone's already formed an opinion, it's either going to be based on incorrect information or inaccurate information, or it's going to be based on assumptions or guesses, speculation, or it's going to be based on emotion. I don't know about you guys, but for me, that's just not how I roll personally. You guys are welcome to roll however you want. I'm just saying, I worry, and I worry the most of all of it. Well, I worry because, there's the potential for misinformation, right? And then I also worry when people make decisions based on emotion and not out of reason. I think that's dangerous. So. And I believe you. Stevie says there's people that you could actually show him doing the crime and they would say, I believe you. I believe you. And I would say the same thing. It doesn't matter what again, whether you're one of those people who like Stevie's referencing where you could show him doing the thing and they would say whether you're one of those people, it doesn't even matter. It's like to take a hard stance in any direction is impossible right now. And will be impossible until trial, unless they magically release the gag order. I don't think anybody sees that happening, right? Even if the defense's motion with the IGG, even if that is granted, that's still not everything. That's just a few specific documents, okay? That's going to be great. We have no information. That would be awesome, obviously, but that's still not, I will still be saying those same words, right? That we don't have enough to form an opinion based on, factual evidence. So, so my point is like, regardless of what the opinion is, like, to anyone that's formed an opinion, right? It's like, how, like, And why? And what? That's the other thing. Why? Let me phrase it that way. You know, maybe you guys like ask yourselves this, like if you've formed an opinion already one way or another, even though you know that you don't have all the information, why have you formed that opinion? Is it because you, I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here, right? Like how this could happen to a person. I'm not saying this has happened. I could see this happening in a couple ways. I could see this happening because people get caught up in arguments and then want to prove that they're right. I could see that being one way that happens. And then they do that enough times to where now they've like gotten entrenched in an opinion when maybe they normally wouldn't have done that, but just for the sake of, because of the arguing, I could see that happening. I could see that happening. Yeah, and there's lots of propaganda and there's lots of misinformation, right? Heather, I've not heard Heather state an opinion. You know, I don't think. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm with you. You know, I'm with you again. I hate waking you in. If hopefully I'm saying I'm with you. Right. There's no way to know until you have the evidence. Again, I just keep saying that. Right. It's just, you know, and the thing is this, that in any state, right, the state, the government, the prosecution, right, they could have the right person, right? Like, in other words, okay, what am I trying to say? Prosecutorial misconduct or law enforcement fuckery, all the fuckery, right? That happening doesn't necessarily, again, that doesn't point definitively to anything regarding the defendant, because they could have the right person. Actually, here's a great example. Gabriel Vargas, right? What was it? Remember when she said things like the law enforcement uses the backdoor stuff, right? With the IGG, because like they're trying to help. Like, in other words, they've justified the means to, okay, they've justified the means to reach an end, right? That it's okay because they're trying to help something. So they've told themselves it's okay to break the rules. Great example. So think about that, right? Like, for example, if law enforcement thinks they have the right person, but like it's a gut feeling and they just don't have enough, then they could engage in some fuckery and feel justified doing it, right? Also, they could not have the right person. Like, in other words, law enforcement fuckery or prosecutorial misconduct can happen regardless of if the person actually did the crime or not did the crime, because there's different reasons they could be doing it, right? So you can't look at that and say that points to one thing or another, if that makes sense. Like that the fuckery is indicative that there's fuckery. Yeah, I agree. They're dishonest. Yep. They're dishonest. And that's what I'm saying. But them being dishonest means that they're being dishonest, right? It happens. It does. I mean, because again, it does happen. Like, it does happen, right? They think and they might think they have the right person. They might actually have the right person, but they may not have they may not have evidence, right? And so then they might cheat a little bit here or there and push you know what I mean? And then feel like it's justified, right? That's right. They can have bad intentions for reasons we don't know. Absolutely, they can. That's absolutely the case. And that's true also. His DNA is on the sheath, but they need other evidence, but not only that. Prior to that being the case, right? They need to not have violated his constitutional rights in the process of getting there, right? Just like he could be a twisted murderer. Yep. Again, that's why that's not part of the conversations that, I mean, I'm like, we're talking about it now because it came up and because I think it's important for us to be able to assess ourselves, right? And to talk about this, right? I think it's important because division in these communities that are like, whether you call it true crime or whether it's, law, but, people that trial watchers, right? the division makes me deeply sad. And, you know, as I've said, I don't partake. I don't want to be, I'm not going to contribute to that. But, you know, even if it's just for you guys here, if you don't like the division either, you know, I hope that I can provide a place for where you can come and not have to worry about that. And also where, you know, how do I, you know, like people where you can assess things, right? And like, I don't know, we always need to check ourselves and to think of, you know, are we thinking things through in the way that we really want to be, or are we acting towards other, you know, all that stuff. So, so yeah, I mean, I just agree. It's all speculation. We just don't know. We just don't know. And I guess too, like, you know, it's like mental rigidity, right? Like it's not, you know, we need to be able to rethink our viewpoints and to assess, again, assessing ourselves, right? Assess ourselves and have like, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God, there's a word on the tip of my tongue. Self-awareness, right? Like self-awareness, if that makes sense. As to like, I don't know. Hopefully I'm making any type of sense, but yeah, probably not. So I mean, yeah, I think that's also true, right? The camera. Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. That's a great point. And I mean, again, what does this mean? Well, it could mean he didn't do it, but again, that's not how I am assessing things now. I mean, to me, it's like, well, we just don't know. Again, we just don't know. It could mean there was something with the camera. It could mean it wasn't. We just don't know. So, yeah, Top Cat saying tries to keep their her comments fairly neutral, even though they might lean in a particular way. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely noticed that you do keep your comments. You know, I totally have noticed that. I don't know. The other thing too is like some of you guys have heard me say, like, I've studied a bit of law and I've like considered going to law school and whatnot. And like part of that is like it's part of the whole thing, right? It's built in. You're taught, you learn how to assess something and argue both sides, like argue based on the case law, like your brain has to like, it's almost like it trains your brain to think in a certain way. And the certain way is like how to see every side and to assess it that way. Right. And, you know, in other words, in order to do that, you're taking your own personal opinions and just completely out of it. Right. You know what I mean? It's like you're assessing it objectively. And, you know, this matches this or this, you know, you're finding the case law and you go through the whole analysis. Like, for example, in like an appellate brief, which I had to write several of, and like you have to do it from both sides. Like you have to do it, you have to take the same exact thing, same set of facts, right? Same case. And you have to provide supporting case law to support it, right? and then you have to make your argument, and it's a whole thing. And then you have to do the same thing from the other side. And I think it's actually a really good skill set to learn mentally, because I think I just think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good for the brain. DNA. So if I missed any comments, I'm sorry. You guys are talkative, and which I love. It's great. I'm just apologizing if I missed any comments, because oh, are you correcting a typo potentially there, Waken Yen? Oh, it looks like you're correcting an autocorrect type mistake. Okay. So, we should know more tomorrow, because they're going to have that hearing, and he's going to have to make a decision, at least as it pertains to the motion to unseal the IGG, because they want to bring that would happen. That's related to the motions to suppress, right? Like, in other words, that's the whole point. He's going to have to say something about that at the very least. And then we'll also learn, again, if anything's going to be sealed for the rest of those hearings, as what Judge Hippler said, what if anything, right? So, and there could be some other things we could learn. There could be some, some surprises. Who knows, right? I mean, maybe there will be more word on the Franks, maybe there will be something about that. Like I said, I could see potentially, if he's going to want to include it with the rest of these hearings, he's going to have to make a ruling on that tomorrow, right? So there's that. I agree with this as well here. Yeah, Top Cat. I think a lot of this information is circulated about some cases, and absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. Could not agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. And that's why I just, stick to the things that are verifiable. Even if it's, again, it's like, even if it's fuckery, right? But like, if it's in the court documents, it's like, that's what's going to matter in terms of how is the trial going to be, right? Like that's what they're going off of. So, but again, I'm assessing it like, is this fuckery? Is it not fuckery? Right? And I'm just looking, let's see. No. Yeah, you guys are just talking about the can. That's so funny. There's no proof of any. Look, I'll quote Lolly. Let's quote Lolly. Where is he?
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
So, like, of course we don't have proof because we don't have anything. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Definitely, yeah. Chain of custody is a huge issue. Definitely can't agree more there. Yeah. Yep. Chain of custody. Yeah, the chain of custody is yeah. I don't know what you're referencing, but what I will say is that, like, I mean, real IgG, I would say, is not being used. And so then, yeah. So no family tree, as we have said. Huh. Wait, I have a question. So is there something about this is I'm gonna sound like a stupid head. Kane, because Kane B, okay, is there something about that name, like Kane? Is that just a coincidence? I don't know. I just realized that there's like it's just a funny coincidence, I guess. But because I saw this and I was like, is he talking about I just saw Kane and I was assuming it was Kane B. And then I realized it wasn't. Yeah, I'm talking. So us, right. So there's a Kane F. That's funny. I was thinking Cassidy Kane, her last name, to you, Cassidy. Like, is this just a coincidence? That's funny. Like, you know what I mean? Cassie, like, that's just funny. So there's lots of Kanes, I guess. Both have been said on the record. Oh, Bill Thompson, Santa said the other profiles were not okay. Oh, cool. I didn't know you were in Clearwater. Awesome. He said that you guys were going to be maybe getting some snow. Did you get any snow yet? That was last night. He was saying that, I think. But yeah, he said that he was in Tampa Bay, and I look. I'm like, I don't know where that is because I know locations based on trials. So like, I looked on the map, and based on the location, I was like, I put in the chat. I was like, oh, are you anywhere near like Pinellas County or Clearwater? And he was like, yep. And of course, trials, right? But like Tampa Bay, I didn't know where it was. I had to Google it. Anyway, I don't think I've met Kane. Who was the other Kane? The other Kane. Shout out to the other Kane, Kane F, I guess. I don't know who that is, but Kane B was here earlier, I think. Yes. It's an S&P profile for IgG, and then it's a STR profile for regular DNA. Okay, so no relation. Okay, thank you, Cassie's. That's just a coincidence. That is funny, right? That's awesome that you live in Oregon. We have some other squirrel friends in Oregon as well. Shout out to Kitsmits. Also, Glenn is in Oregon. He was our troll that we kicked out, the one and only. So yeah, but awesome. Just fun. That is funny though, right? Like, is that those? Are their first names Kane? They were hoping to get his DNA. They just grabbed the trash and it didn't have his DNA, but it had DNA that was close, and so they were able to determine it was his dad. But they were hoping to get his DNA, like we saw in those other cases, right? The trash pull. Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. I highly recommend for anyone who wants to delve more into the stuff with the IgG and the DNA and all that. I believe it was the previous Bryan Kohberger live stream. Let me look. And again, I always have really detailed timestamps, but there's sections on there called the IgG tree. And there's like who did what when, and then there's like the IgG tree. I would highly recommend that because we broke down, again, I got a lot of visuals on there. And step by step, and pulled it up based on what the protocol is and based on what the state put. And anyway, it's really, and we put it in the timeline. Let me just see. I think. Was it in this one? Let me see real quick. Yep. So in the previous Bryan Kohberger live stream, right? Because I'm covering lots of cases. This was just from when was this from? This is from like 3 days ago or 4 days ago. Okay. It says motion to unseal IgG in the Squinguin speech bubble. Motion to unseal IgG. So we covered that motion, but that's not all we did. That's the one where I would highly recommend checking it out if you want to delve more into some of the questions I'm seeing in the chat, because we probably, like, I would say we handle all of those and then some, based on just, again, the evidence that we have, right? And then, you know, the only external thing I pull up is I pull up an article from a law journal called Journal of Law and the Biosciences, and we look through that because it just talks about the protocols and stuff. But, you know, but anyway, yeah, that might be helpful for you guys. I would say so. Oh, well, you mean the Glen? That's really funny. Oh, you're in New York now. Okay, Stevie. Like New York City? Yeah, CODIS only gives you a match if DNA in CODIS is for people who've already been convicted of not just any crime, violent crimes, okay? So in other words, it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the DNA. It just means that it's somebody who hasn't been convicted of a violent crime before. Because when that happens, or not, sorry, not convicted, sorry, charged. So they've got two pools. So there's in CODIS, they've got a section for people who've been charged of a violent crime. Okay. And then they also have another category for people who've been convicted. Okay. So when they run a buccal swab through CODIS, they're checking, it's going to be compared to that. So if you're a first time offender, or let's say a first time offender for being first time being caught, let's say, right? For example, then that would be why there's not a match, because you have to have already been charged. You know why? Well, we know because when they charge you, they take your DNA, they take a buccal swab, right? And then they put it in CODIS. So, and having said that, again, well, okay. It's like I can just keep talking about it, or I can just pull it up. Hold on. is it? Okay, hang on. Let me unshare and reshare. Okay, this is from the state, and we went over this with other things in the other live stream I was just talking about, but this is from the state, and this is from the state's reply. State's reply to the defendant's objection to the state's motion for a protective order. This is from the state. This is their chart. You'll notice that on the left at the bottom, it says S&P profile created by private lab likely Othram. And you'll notice that according to the state's own chart, they sent DNA to CODIS after they sent it for testing for IgG. So, while this makes sense, right, that you would do CODIS, you would do IgG after CODIS, well, that makes sense. And not only that, that's what the rules say to do. We covered all that on the last live stream. That's what the rules say to do. They, without a doubt, CODIS is first. While that makes logical sense, common sense, well, that's what the rules say to do. That's what people would have thought. All I wanted to say is, according to the state, that's not what happened, because they put CODIS all the way up here after sending it to Othram. So there you go. For more, though, you can check out that live stream where we broke all this down and then some and other things, and it was good. Oh, you're in Long Island. Interesting. So I bet you probably followed the case with Rex Heuermann. Well, I mean, I guess that's a stupid thing to say. Just because you live there doesn't mean you follow it. But, you know, that's what I thought of. Again, trial watcher, right? Think when I hear of a place, I think of the crimes that have happened there. Silly. Or I think of other squirrel friends who live there. Or I think of my violin students who live there. Yes. And all of that, again, was Heather. I'm sure you were there. But that's the November 19th. And it's on the calendars. We broke all that down. We broke all this down. We put it with the timeline. Anyway, it's just, we go through it all, and then it's sort of like we rule out what are the things that could cause, like, what are the options here, right? And we just go through it logically. And what does that mean? And I don't know what DW is. You guys are so funny because you all know these things. I'm so out of the loop. How am I so out of the loop? I just don't know any of this stuff. But yeah, for anyone who didn't hear the good news, I also was able to obtain the 250-page ATF report for Shannon Gardner. So I've got that. Pretty cool. And actually, the plan, well, you know, you never know what's going to happen when you're live streaming, right? Because initially, the plan was to have this redirect into another live stream when we were going to do Katie McBanoa proffers, you know, for Adelson. And that was going to redirect into that. But, of course, I had to just guesstimate because I never know, like, how long things. But anyway, all that to say that I've moved that. I'm going to reschedule that because I'm not, you know, this went way longer, and which is great. I have no problem with that. But just I'm going to get working on the timestamp. So we will do that another day. But you know, anyway, I will be keeping an eye out again tomorrow. I'll keep refreshing that docket because I expect we'll get some news. And so very likely there will be another BK live stream tomorrow. And I will, I'm saying this to remind myself too, in the description for this, I'm going to put a link for the dad trash live stream I've referenced. And I'll also go ahead and put a link for the previous live stream I was just referencing where we break down more with this chart and other charts and visuals on the IgG and the DNA. And I think it'll be helpful for you guys if you missed it. And so I'll put those in the description as well. So yeah. Oh, really? That's insane. I'm sure you meant live, right? 3. That's crazy. Right. I know. Bestly. Right. And I know you were excited for that top cap, but don't worry. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it soon. Maybe tomorrow. It just kind of depends on what happens with all this stuff coming out in this case, right? Because sort of like, you know, just keep refreshing it, right? You kind of see. Did somebody bet their life? That is hilarious. Yeah, only Glenn can do that. I missed it. Let's see. Sometimes, you know, there's comments that get blocked on my end, like in StreamYard. Let me see. I don't see anybody betting their life. I wonder if it didn't come up in StreamYard. Just interesting. Oh, I see someone asking if someone would bet their life. Okay, right. Yeah, only Glenn can do that. That's so funny. Yeah. Glenn, dude. Yeah, let's do this for Glenn just because it's on topic here. The Glenn and Wendy swoop.
I have that skirt.
And then Glenn's favorite saying, favorite quote. That. Yeah, we don't want to be like Glenn. Let's strive to not be like that. He bet his life and then he tried to bet money on top of it. We were like, you don't need to do that. You've already bet your life. It's really fucking funny. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that, you know, that's just, I mean, first of all, in terms of, again, my brain, the first thing my brain goes to is how was the investigation done? How was the prosecution? How did they handle the case? Were there issues with discovery? Like, that's where my brain goes first. And so the first thing I was going to say is, like, you know, they built a really solid case. Everything seemed to be above board. There was no fuckery afoot, right? So that was what my brain goes to first. And then my brain goes to, and I also don't think, and because of that, right? Because of that, right? I think that's also why nobody would, I've not heard anybody try to say that, like, you know, they have the wrong people or something. You know what I mean? But, you know, but that's what happens when you build a solid case and you do it the right way. You can actually prove the things, right? And that's the point. It's 16 degrees here. And temperature is dropping. But anyway, y'all are awesome. It's been a very exciting and dynamic one, as always. Full of surprises. You know, we learned a lot, among other things. Google, get your act together, please. Jesus. It's like almost like Google is like trying to instigate people to like be confused and then get frustrated. You know what I mean? Because like literally, like that's what was going on, and it was like dumb. Anywho, it's 16 degrees Fahrenheit here, but it's supposed to be dropping. I mean, yeah, great question, right? What's this? Why is such a concerted effort to pre-convict prior to trial? Yeah, it's I don't know. I haven't looked up let me look up the real feel since Heather's offering the real feel. Where are you at? Fast for Kane B's back. That's funny. Y'all are so funny. Real feel here. I've got a bunch of warnings, cold warnings. It looks like Real Feel says 13 here. Yeah, it's like got all the, alarms, all the warnings, all the red alert, warning, don't go outside. Oh, you're in Alabama. Oh, cool. Shout out to Alabama. And it's funny because, like, this is what I was saying. So Kane B, if you went away and came back, I don't know. I just thought it was funny because Cassidy's last name is Kane. And, like, I would assume, I don't know for sure, but I would assume your first name is Kane. But apparently there's, like, another Kane that people were talking about. So I was like, this is really funny. Deb, awesome. Glad you're still here. Glad you're still with us. 23 degrees here. And Deb, I'm trying to remember. You said at the beginning of the live stream where you're from, I believe. And I can't remember. And now I feel terrible. Or did you? Maybe you didn't. No, Washington. I got it. No, don't answer. Washington. You're what was it? 30 miles from Pullman? Something like that. But you're close. You're north of Pullman. I remember. Yay. Anyway. Oh, you did have to leave and come back. Okay. All right, cool. Was it 50 miles? Heather chiming in. Yeah, and we were talking about swimming in the what was the river called, or the creek? We were talking about that creek. Wow, that was the beginning of the live stream. Thank you. Yeah, I do. I mean, I do. I will say I do have a good memory. Like, that's just one of those things I was born with. Although playing violin your whole life definitely, also goes along with that. Paradise Creek. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So Black Witter, who was also here earlier, she joins us from Ireland. Shout out to Black Witter. She messaged me on Discord the other day and said, I fell asleep listening to you, and then I woke up listening to you. I was still live. And for anyone else who wants to share where they're joining us from and or their temperature, feel free. Because it's always fun. We love it. Squirrels of the world. Top Cat. For anyone who's new, Top Cat joins us from Australia. And yesterday I think it was 116 degrees Fahrenheit there. So yeah, well, the plan was for me to still be live, but with a different live stream, and that didn't happen because I'm still here. But my record is what is it, like 10 hours and 48 minutes, but I have many live streams over 10 hours and even more over like 7. Yeah, 106. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. I'm pretty sure it was 116. Pretty sure. Yeah, y'all are almost neighbors. Yeah, that's true. You guys are. Yep. 109. But it was but earlier, wasn't it 116 though, Top Cat? Did I remember that correctly? I'm almost positive it was 116 earlier. I remember it was 11 something. Good night, Steve. Stevie's like, well, you guys are insane. I'm going to bed. Good night, Stevie. Thanks. Happy to see you again. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, my dog has Frodo. He has his hoodie on. He has all kinds of outerwear. Cassidy's in Oregon. And I don't know if you're in Portland. Kit Smiths, who's here a lot. She's been a squirrel crew friend for a long time, but she's in Portland, and then Glenn is from some place that's close to Portland. But Kit Smith said it was luckily far enough away to where she doesn't have to worry about running into him on accident. But anyway, y'all, Frodo, speaking of Frodo, he is telling me he wants to go outside. And luckily he's got his outerwear, so he's ready to go. But yeah, do just keep your eye peeled. Well, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled and you know, go live as soon as I can when there's something new on the docket. If we get new information tomorrow, like we probably will. But regardless, I've got other things planned for you know, for backup, not backup, but you know, just going on. And I'm going to kind of revamp it since we didn't do the Katie McBanawad tonight. So, but that's all. It's all good. So yeah, but you guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us and participating in our discussions, and thanks for keeping an open mind and being kind to everybody, guys. Tomcat versus Glenn. Wait, why are you versus Glenn? You mean because of Edelson's? Right. Fingers crossed for transparency. That's it right there. That's it. Yep. And I'm glad some of you guys are like neighbors. That's also super fun. Let me put it in the chat again because we do have so many new people. For anyone who wants to join the Discord, it's very awesome. And then, you know, you can have conversations whenever you like. And we have all kinds of fun stuff going on in there. You can talk about the pets, you can do pictures, you can talk about your food. We've got all kinds of fun, like little, also you can use all the Nightbot commands too. But you know, that's also just something to throw out there for those of you guys who haven't seen that. But yeah, I appreciate you guys as always. And you know, again, we will hopefully get some updates tomorrow. Fingers crossed, like Heather said, for transparency. And sorry, I'm just laughing because Glenn. Anyway, but yeah, love you guys, and I will see y'all soon on the next one.